All right, what is going on out there and how y'all doing today? It's your Uncle Steve here in Atlanta Bird Gang and also on YouTube on Uncle Steve's Lounge. Thank you for joining me tonight as we see what's in store for day 2 of the NFL Draft. More concerned about what's going on with our Atlanta Falcons. So for the second year of the Terry Fontenot, Arthur Smith regime, we went offense on this team. Last year, of course, took the somewhat, I don't want to say, and when we drafted Kyle Pitts, let's not act like everybody was on board. Obviously, we see what he does on the field. It makes you feel a lot better, but let's not pretend like everybody and their mom was ready to dial in on the Kyle Pitts experience. That's not true. And a lot of people question that and say, hey, maybe we should get that quarterback to back up Matt. That was the thought. Now, 1 year in, whoa, great pick, whatever. So yesterday we picked Drake London from USC. Now, I had seen him play before he got hurt. Yeah, Drake London is pretty nice. There's no doubt about it. He was one of the top receivers. Kind of a little bit of question to whether he was the best choice or not. That's for others to debate, but I would say he was one of the top 5. So if he's one of the top 5, I'm cool with the Falcons saying, hey, none of the receivers are out there. Let's go get our guy and call it a day. But that's 2 offensive players at your first pick, knowing how your defense has looked for the past couple of years. That's just an interesting way to start the draft. Definitely want to recognize the folks coming in here. Brother Frankie on Uncle Steve's Lounge on YouTube. I appreciate it. I see you out there. Brother Lee Jackson says, I'm ready to see some defensive players pick. I think the rest of Falcons Nation is too. I mean, all stuff aside, you know you have to score on the field, but gotta see some folks on defense. Gotta see some talent out there on defense. Travis Preston joins us and said, let us pray. Yes, prayer is good. Maybe that will help us in this. Dub J is on the mic. How you doing, Dub? Joining us today. Rusty, I hear you, brother. I got your message too. I'm going to be turning on the phones shortly after that first pick. So I'll have that on. And I'll probably bring a couple of people on for a little bit in between today. I thought I just wanted to be a little bit more intimate today with myself, and maybe a person can come in for a minute or two. But thank you all for supporting yesterday. Yesterday was outstanding. Thank all the guys who were involved in that yesterday. Just a good time and great fellowship and being able to talk about the Falcons. There's John. How you doing, John? What's going on? Cam says, Uncle Steve, what's going on? I see you, Cam. Cam, I need to see what do you think, brother? And if your comments came up yesterday and I ignored you or didn't see them, y'all, it wasn't that I was ignoring everybody. They were coming fast and furious. So I want to know personally, especially the folks I talk to all the time, especially like you, Cam, and another one right here, David. What's going on, Dave? Says, what's up, Steve? Do we go defense or running back at 43? I think at this point, David, it was obvious from what they said at the press conference that they seem to be moving at whoever's best on our board list. At least that was the case for round 1. Now, you're getting into a situation where a lot of I'm looking at Bryce Hall. I'm looking at a couple of these other receivers that are second round that are still pretty highly ranked by a lot of folks. So if you're telling me that if the first, by the time you get to pick 43 and a wide receiver's there, you're going to get them. I'm not sure if I would do that. So I don't know if I would go running back with this first pick, though. That's just me. Whatever it was, I think I would wait either to that second round or at least the first, third round. I do want to get at least one running back out of this. Brother Christopher says, let's go. What is going on, man? Good to see you in the house. Travis says, Jermaine Johnson is sitting right there. Yeah, man. Hey, we had an opportunity. John Harris, what's going on? John said, is your bottles open? Who we got? Ryan, what's going on, brother Ryan? Thank you yesterday for joining us in the house. Rusty said, I was not mad at the position. I was mad at the player. Seems like he had some dog in him, and I had about 24 hours to cool off. Can't back out now, so let's rock. Yeah, listen, the brother can catch. I've seen that. He can catch. Now it's just a matter of, does that translate to the next level? That's all you need to see. Or how long is it going to take him to translate it to the next level? We need him to do this quickly. Christopher right there. Brother, who is this right here? And I'm sorry, I got to go back here. What's going on, Leonard? Good to see you, brother. Say, enjoyed you guys last night. I appreciate it, man. We had fun last night. Very good talking to everybody. Edwin, what's going on, man? How you feeling? So Ojabu could be a steal. And I mentioned that at the end of the talk yesterday. I'm not sure if I would grab him with that very first pick. But I don't know. He definitely is somebody that I look at that could be a steal in this round. Frankie says, I feel like we needed a wide receiver, but not at number 8. I'm going to get to that point in just a little bit. RJ, what's going on? Prince, I see you, brother. What's going on? June says, how you doing, June? June said, I'd like to see us move up for Nakobe Dean. He is going to be up there. I got a feeling that's going to be a very quick. You're going to take him off the board very quick. I don't see him hanging around by the time the Falcons pick, unless the Falcons have something up their sleeve. Cam says, no, I was highly disappointed with the Drake pick, but he's here now. So, he is here now. So that's one of the things you have to kind of look at to say, yeah, I don't want to get too down on it. Again, I'll get back on that in a second. Brother Ray, how you doing, brother? I hope we don't have you up too early in the morning in South Korea. Again, wishing you all be safe out there, and hoping you can come back here stateside pretty soon. Lisa, how you doing? Hey, Steve. Okay, day 2. Let's see how this goes. Lisa has one of the funniest reactions to the draft pick yesterday. If you guys are friends of hers, or go to the Atlanta Burger. I think you put it in the Atlanta Burger gang. I'm pretty sure I saw that. That was too funny. So that was really great. Hey, what's going on with you guys? Doing this is certainly, it's certainly more entertaining than the network show. I mean, because you're talking about Atlanta fans. That at the end of the day, yeah, we could sit there and talk all day about other teams, and not that we won't talk about some other teams, but yeah, keeping the focus on Atlanta is probably the best thing for us here. Christian says, you think we will still move Grady today? I wore my Grady jersey today just for the mere fact that it might be a good chance. Y'all see my 97. It may be a good chance that who knows? I don't know how Terry Fontenot and how he works it. Does he make a draft day trade today or tomorrow? It seemed like for somebody like Grady, this is probably about his draft stock, second or third round. So maybe so. I don't know. That I think it's a good opportunity that he could. David says, my thoughts as well. Cam says, hope we go defense these next picks. Brother Scar, what's going on? Jermaine Johnson fell for a reason. Yeah, I think that And we'll find out some of those things later on. You'll see some of the stories that'll come out about what made these guys drop. We'll find out. Sherman, how you doing today? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight for day 2 here in the draft. Lisa says that almost ABG After Dark had me rolling last night. Yeah, but man, I'm almost wondering, did he know he was still on camera last night? But that was one of the highlights of the night last night. If you all didn't see, please go back and check us out on there. And thank you guys for guys and girls for listening to us on there. Says, yo, what's up, bro, Steve? I accept the pick and look forward to the 2nd and 3rd round. Yeah, I do too. I mean, listen, just like Kyle Pitts yesterday, I can sit here to a man and tell you I did not like that pick. But once you're on the team, once you're in and we've let you in, I mean, it's all about Drake London right now. I want Drake London to be the best wide receiver in the NFL because now he wears the colors. Now he's in the house. Now he's part of the team. So you're not going to hear me sit here and talk a whole bunch like, we shouldn't do it. We shouldn't have done it. Well, it's too late now. Prince says, I don't know what that said. Okay. Asamar, Perrion, Winfrey, Kingley, Haskell, Garrett, all these defensive guys are still there. We have a lot of defense that we can get to, y'all. There are a lot of defensive guys out there. So we have an opportunity to make some hay. I'm sorry about that. Brianne, nice to see you again, Brianne. Thank you for your tidbits yesterday, for helping us out with some of that info. Say, I'm happy for whomever is a Falcon. We are very biased when we chose A.J. Terrell and is the top cornerback currently in the league. Give the man time to prove himself before judging him. And I think what happens, Brianne, is that's the nature of fandom. If we don't get the shiniest toy in the store, if just like every Christmas and when we were younger and it was the main toy we wanted and we didn't get it, but we got the secondary toy and we were mad in the moment, but then later on we found some joy out of that. That's what this situation is. A.J. Terrell, I remember I raised my hand. I was somebody who was totally against that move because I said to myself, the last time I saw A.J. Terrell, he was getting drugged up and down the down the field by LSU. So that was something that I was a little concerned about. As we see now, he has turned out to be one of the better cornerbacks in the league, and I am not going to sit here and try to act like, now I told you all along he was going to be good. No, I didn't. I was not happy about that. So you're absolutely right. You have to give these folks an opportunity to grow. Sherman says the wide receiver we got is Mike Evans 2.0. If that's the case, I'll take it. And I think you can't teach size. And he has some size on him. So I'm totally somebody who's willing to give him a year or two to develop, and let's see what we have. Leonard says people was mad about A.J. Terrell and Kyle Pitts, and look what happened with that. I fall into that category of both of them. Kyle, much because Kyle Pitts wasn't a beast, because I just thought last year the Falcons should have started the renovations last year at quarterback. When you're number 4 and 5 of the top prospects at quarterback are there, I thought you should have gone in that direction. Looks like Tampa Bay is getting ready to make that first pick. So if I stop abruptly, it's not that I'm cutting myself short, but I'm just trying to keep up with these picks here. What's going on, James? How you doing? Good to see you in the house. Nice to see you are listening to us today. Brianne says the Packers just traded. Wow. Logan Hall is the pick for Tampa Bay, first pick of the second round. See another. Here we go right here. RJ says, I love the pick. We needed a wide receiver and we got a good one. Not mad at all at the pick. And I think what it is, again, people that move them it's either the person that's rated the highest draft person around. So if it wasn't Hutchinson, if it wasn't Walker, then people want the best quarterback. I fall into that category. I get sensitive about quarterbacks because I feel like I understand what everyone says. I am not naive. I realize you have to build a team from the lines and then out. I get it. But at the same time, the majority of the great teams get their quarterback. So that's why I think you hear a lot of people get a little touchy when you start talking about, oh, we should have got Willis. We should have got Willis. I'm not on the quarterback tip as hard as I was last year. But to say that I'm sitting here happy about Marcus Mariota at the moment would be a lie. Looks like Green Bay will get the 34th pick. So they're trying to go up and get somebody. I would doubt if they're trying to get Malik Willis. I would doubt that, but we'll see. They're going to get somebody. Maybe are they going to go for the Georgia trifecta? They got Wyatt yesterday, and they got Quay yesterday. So do they absolutely get 3 Georgia Bulldogs? That would be interesting if they did that. Prince says, we forgot about our 8th pick. Teammates Drake Jackson is as good as an edge pick. No, and listen, Drake is gonna be pretty good. Don't get it twisted. I think he's gonna be fine. Anthony says, yo, Steve, what are your thoughts of picking Malik if he falls to 43? Only if he falls to 43. I wouldn't go get him, but if he's there at 43, I wouldn't mind seeing them taking a shot on him. So we'll see. Says the front office, that Sherman says the front office must love wide receivers in the first round. Well, it's a different front office. So it can't be just, the guys who made Ridley, Julio, they're all gone. So now if you say there's some type of some kind of fungus in there that stays in there and makes them draft, I see it. But these are totally different people. What's going on, Gregory? How you doing, sir? I think we'll be fine. None of these players are a guarantee to bloom in the NFL. Oh, Lord. Whose cousin is this coming up here in this Green Bay hat? And I'm sorry. I'm sure they're going to give some names and stuff, but I don't recognize him right off the bat. Is that Aaron Jones? Okay. Yeah, I'm not a Packers fan. Let's see what the Packers are doing real quick. At 34, they moved up to get Christian Watson. That's the guy from North Dakota State that everybody was talking about. Wide receiver. Interesting, because they definitely need some wide receivers. Let go of Devontae Adams. So that's an interesting pick that they go. And James is saying it might be Pickens. Yeah. A lot of people thought, I see Ray on the house on that. Dominique says Tampa got a solid pick in Logan Hall. Logan Hall is pretty good. I could see how they could do that. Ray said it was mentioned on the NFL Network yesterday that Green Bay normally gets their top receivers in the second round. Well, you did your homework, and so did NFL Network, because he's pretty good, man. He kind of looks like he might be a nice little pick. I'm not sure if he's going to start from jump, but definitely looks good. You always wonder about playing in that division level, one level lower. But as we've seen with Josh Allen and a couple other guys that, get picked in, the FCS, or they turn talent as talent. So, Frankie says, I told you. What do you think? James says, what do you think our need is for 43 in your opinion? Be honest with you, James. I think defense has to be paramount today. I think before these 4 picks are over, I think you need to have another quarterback to not only challenge Felipe, but to possibly challenge Marcus Mariota going into camp. But the emphasis today has to be defense, and probably more specifically, defensive end. You have to start putting the other quarterback down. You can play all of the zone defense to your heart desires. You have to get some folks to put some pressure on the quarterback. How many times did we see, in the perfect example, the last home game I went to last year was Detroit, Atlanta at Detroit, and Tim Boyle was the quarterback. Tim Boyle, yes, you don't know who he is. He's backup quarterback for Detroit. Here's Tennessee getting ready to jump in here. Is that Billy White Shoes Johnson? And I know before everybody says, hey, he played for the Falcons, but he was a Houston Oiler way before, and the Tennessee Titans, that was the Houston Oiler franchise. So it is no surprise to see Billy White Shoes Johnson up there making the pick for the Titans. Titans pick number 35. Let's see who they get. Titans get Roger McCreary from Auburn. So a cornerback off the board for Auburn, 5'11", 190 pounds, a little light, but hey, let's see what they do as far as that's concerned. Brianne says Titans go cornerback. Good move for the Titans. Titans kind of shocked the world when they got rid of A.J. Brown yesterday, but I think we're coming to a point, and this is where Drake London might come in. Now, we as the Falcons, we're starting as nothing because right now we have no wide receivers. But we see now the trend with the burgeoning wide receivers, those people that are going one step into, I don't want to say greatness, but to the next level. When you start talking about, Tyreek was already there, but you start talking about what's the guy who just lost his name? Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams, 17, 18 touchdowns. Now he gets big money with the Raiders. A.J. Brown wanted more money. They traded him. Now he's going to get his money up in Philly. Marquise Brown. Now he's getting his money up in with the Cardinals. So that's really a good call for those teams. For the Falcons, as far as we're concerned, getting these young receivers in there now, so maybe by year 2 or 3, they can start peaking, would be a good thing. That means that before they start asking for the $5 million a year, we can say, okay, well, let's look at the next crop of wide receivers so we don't have to pay you. And that's just the trend right now. I think the trend is let's do that instead of trying to, pay all these guys. I look at the Cardinals situation and I say, wow, that's a lot of money because you're already paying D-Hop. And I know D-Hop is, D-Hop is looking at this money. D-Hop is one of those people that, hey, he realizes he's probably the top guy left out there, one of the top guys still left out there. And he sees Tyreek making more money. He sees Christian Kirk get money in Jacksonville. That would not make me happy if I'm somebody like him and know my talent level is much better. Would you give up any picks to get Debo? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm going to give up any picks right now. You need to fill out your roster, and quiet as it kept, you need to fill out your roster pretty cheaply. So I think I like the idea of just waiting to see who falls. Let's wait to see who falls for you. If Willis, Pickens, and Dean are available at our next pick, who would you pick? I think I would go with Dean at this point. I think there's something slick there's something quiet as it's kept about Dean. There's something quiet as it kept about him being the leader of that team last year. That defense, there's something to be said for that. I think he's somebody that I would definitely look at to bring on in that realm. What's going on, brother Glenn? Glenn is joining us in the house. How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's going on, Unc? How you doing?
Man, I cannot call it, man. I'm taking the opportunity to catch up with the folks, man. You take a deep breath from yesterday. I know you had and I'm telling people, last night is different from tonight. I'm not going to try to the reaction was organic.
Right.
Now that I've had a chance to think about it, I'm not super mad. Where do you stand as far as Drake London as the pick yesterday?
I mean, I'm not mad as I was last night. Cause when I went to work this morning, I talked to one of my coworkers. He's an avid ATL fan like myself, and he dropped this on me real quick. He said, what if we got Drake London because the player that we wanted was taken off the board already? And I was like, yeah, a possibility and whatnot. So they pretty much went to their second or third option, which I think they went to their second option more than likely. So I'm not as mad. I went and watched like one of his games. I think the game I watched was when he played UCLA.
Mm-hmm.
I got him. I was impressed, man. He's really hard to take down. He has a large wingspan. I mean, he's really good at the 50-50 ball and whatnot. The only concern that I have, and I think Ryan brought it up as well, because I seen it too, is when he got to damn, the Jets got free call.
But, I was looking at I was about, and I don't want you to ever think I'm cutting you off. I'm letting you come in. Breece Hall, that's a slick pick from the Jets,
man.
That's a nice pick. The Jets, who already cleaned up a little bit yesterday. I'm not telling you that they're playoff bound, but they're going in the right direction. That's a nice pick for the Jets.
But
that's a nice one. That's a nice
one.
Hold on. Brienne, who is all of a sudden becoming one of my favorite people, says the Falcons just traded up. And we are looking.
What did we give up?
Have traded up. It looks like they're going to be one behind Houston. Who is next? Falcons trade up. Let's see what they traded for. I'm sure it's getting ready to come up right now. I'm going to try to see. So right now, Glenn, just off the top of your head, okay, what's available right now? Best available.
I mean, you got
Nakobe Dean out there. Still Malik. Andrew Booth from Clemson. Ojabu, who we talked about. Who do you have? Houston's pick is already in, so we're going to find out together real quick. Who do you think just coming off your hands? And everybody in the chat, tell me who y'all think real quick. Tell me who you think they're going for.
Who you think about? You talking about Houston?
No, I'm talking about Atlanta. Screw Houston.
Oh, my bad. I actually think, man, I think they're going to go they're going to probably get a DN because I think they're going to try to balance it out, but I actually think they might try to go get the kid from Oklahoma.
Okay. We are up right now. Again, excuse me. Right now we have.
What did we give up?
That's what I'm waiting for them to put that up real quick. I'm trying to get my browser to refresh. It's not refreshing.
Damn, the Jets don't had a quietly good draft.
And I'm not even wanting the Giants. I'm not even wanting the Jets to go crazy next year. But 2023,
they're gonna be I'm just not sold on Zach Wilson. I'm not sold on Zach Wilson, but I honestly think they're having a quietly good draft.
Oh no, that's look. You got Sauce. You got what's my other man name yesterday, and I'm losing the other two guys that they got. But that's a nice draft. I'm trying to see what did Atlanta give up.
I wanted that they just quick swap a pick or whatever.
I'm pretty sure. Tidy says he thinks they're going to get Corral. Here's it said Atlanta trade. I'm trying to see what we gave up.
The pick is already in too.
Pick is already well. If they made it that quick,
they got a quarterback. They got a quarterback. They got a quarterback.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they got a quarterback. Yeah, that was too quick. They didn't even have to.
Yeah, they buzzing around there pretty good. They giving high fives.
Yeah, they got a quarterback.
Hugging Terry. He says, "Bring another brother in here to run this quarterback's position."
Yeah, they got a quarterback. I'll be shocked they got anybody else but a quarterback.
I'm telling you, man, it would not hurt my feelings, y'all, if we ended up with Nakobe Dean, though. We need another
I would love that.
I'm just trying to tell you, if we were going to do this, it would not hurt my feelings to see that happen.
What if we get another wide receiver?
Okay, everybody seems to think we are getting the guy from Penn State, defensive end. And he's actually pretty good.
Yeah, he's I like him.
Too. That's pretty good. It's kind of interesting though. I really want to see what we gave up though. I mean,
it was kind of like, why didn't you pull this trigger last night?
Well, think about it. Again, that first rounder comes with a lot of stuff, guaranteed money,
right?
And that fifth year that starts to be that sticking point a little bit more with these teams. So you don't want to make everybody.
Okay, I agree. I agree because we still don't know how we're going to find the player. Because I think more often than not, if we don't get rid of Grady, we're going to extend him.
Thank you, Ricky. Ricky says we gave up the number 43 pick, which is the first one we would have had, and 114, which, if I'm not mistaken, means we still have the second round pick. So that will work. That will work. Let's do it. We need a DN, man. We need a DN. So you're not gonna hurt my feelings with that pick at all.
I just didn't want to give up no pick.
Well, you gave up a day 3 pick. Now you know. Look, after these second and third round picks, I'm kind of like, this should be a little, but I am happy. Who is this we got? Who is that? Nice people out here. Just salute to service folks out here. Trying to hear what these folks. Anytime we got some local folks, want to give them some love.
I'll be shocked if we get a running back.
Nah. This is. If they're telling me the guy, they're probably saying it already on Twitter. So let's see. Oh, that's nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Always being a veteran, always nice to see them
definitely
give love to the families and stuff. That's a big deal.
Speaking of 2 veterans ourselves.
Absolutely. Just an awesome story. And the Falcons have always been good to veterans too.
Oh, definitely. I gotta get off the blank a ton of credit. He's always looked out for a veteran.
Absolutely. And I know a lot of people that's not going to be popular. Dan Quinn was a big.
Oh yeah, he loved the veteran. He loved veterans.
All right, she's gonna read this pick. So let's see if she validates. Thank you.
Yep, we got the DN. I'll take that.
All right.
I'll take
We'll go there. That brother looked like he kind of big. He looked like he ate a little bit. All right.
I'll take that.
Nice.
I'll take that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I will take that.
I see him trying not to be emotional. I like that.
I like that.
Okay. All right, pal. I'm down with you. I'm down with you.
I like that.
Transferred from Temple to Pitt State. 18 tackles, 9 sacks last year, which is probably
3 seasons. Jeez.
Which is probably more than all of our defensive line. I like it. Listen, just like Drake London, folks. I know these are not. I don't want to go like a boy. Yeah, these are not the most popular picks in the world, but these are needs. We need some competition on the edge.
Good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I mean, I think these are picks that are not going to make people jump up and run out and get his jersey right away. But hopefully, when he gets on the field, hopefully he'll show us what's going on. Not a bad move at all. And they didn't give up that second round pick, which is what I really like.
Now I wonder with the I think we got like the 50 something pick. 8
right,
pick.
It's the 50.
I think it's 58, ain't it?
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting, man. We filled one of the defensive needs that we have right now. Now let's see what the Falcons end up doing with this second pick. Now you get into interesting territory right here.
Yeah, I think
you do still have some running backs out there, Glenn, and I'm not suggesting that you get a running back for this second round pick.
James Cook, give me James Cook. I'm all right.
James Cook might be still available in the 3rd round, though, don't you think?
Who, James Cook?
Yeah,
I think James Cook.
I still think he might be gone.
James Cook will probably be gone. I won't be surprised come out of like the Bears or even Seattle scoop him up because they have a need for running back. So he's not going to be on the board for too much longer. Because I think the way that he played, especially in the Orange Bowl when we played Michigan in the national title game, right. Even though he didn't get into the 1st round, I know teams are keyed in on him and probably going to try to scoop him up.
Oh, absolutely.
Because he almost played like his brother.
I'm trying to put something on here. My brother Tidy is always looking out for his.
Hey Ryan, I need you to come up here, man.
And you tell. All right, so this is a little love from our brother Tidy that he just sent us. The pick the Falcons used to select Ebikiti, I hope that's it, was a Panthers pick that Carolina sent to the Jets last year for Sam Darnold. Then the Jets sent the Giants tonight to trade up for Breece Hall. Then the Falcons traded to the Giants traded to the Falcons. That's a lot of
moving parts.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Tidy. Appreciate that as always, brother. Thanks for sharing that. Anybody else have stuff that they want to bring up there, man? We're gonna try to put it on here, make this as interactive as we can. How y'all feeling about it? Let me hear how some of y'all are feeling about this stuff.
I'm good.
I think I'm good. Jaqual, how you doing? Jaqual says, I'm glad we went there with that pick. I would have liked to see them get a UGA guy, but I love this pick. June says the Giants love Cook. Michael says another undersized defensive end, so he doesn't sound like he's too crazy about that. Jaquan says, yeah, but Cook's 40 time was, yeah.
I agree.
Lisa says, I feel good about that pick. Sean says, who is he? Why not Nakobe Dean? I will say this, Sean, as much as I just gave that commercial for Nakobe Dean a few minutes ago, we need some talent on the edges, man. I think I would rather hear that we did that than go with N'Kobe at that point. Homer says excellent first 2 picks. Ricky says I would have want to have gotten Dean. I believe it. Frankie says I like it. He has a motor. Who's that?
That's who I think it is.
Champ says he has. How you doing, Champ? Champ says he has a motor. I love this pick. Warren says, man, we need everything. I'm good.
Hey, is that Matt Forte?
Yeah, that's Matt Forte, man. Matt, but you know, Matt left early.
Yeah, he did.
Kyler Gordon. Yeah, Matt got out of the game early, man. Some of these cats, man, wow. That brother got picked right there. Did he wear the same suit yesterday?
No. Okay. He wore one different.
Okay. I'm glad I kind of, it's one of those things, man, when the NFL, and I know it's not a scientific thing. I kind of hate when some of these brothers, they bring them up there and they don't get picked that day. Because I know it's a little bit of letdown. Because you got to be one of the last people in well, there goes somebody else back there in the back too. But you got to, because Matt Corral, I think, is still out there. So, yeah, that's
now,
good for him. Coming up there.
My question is...
Hold on. Hey, Glenn, start playing, dearly beloved. We got to here today to get through this thing called, he look like Prince, man. Y'all, they done messed around. Chicago done messed around and Iron Prince.
Man, the man knows. Come on, you wrong for that one. Yeah, he look like Prince. Prince DeVinca back. Come on, come on.
Hey, man, I'm sorry, man, but no. And look, I'm jealous because Prince Prince they have some dude and stuff. But you ain't gonna tell me that you see this brother and don't see what you put a guitar in his hand, and I swear you think that's Prince.
That kind of foul. I ain't gonna. That kind of foul. That kind of foul. I'm just. We're talking. Oh man, that kind of foul there. I ain't gonna.
No, man, I'm just
talking about let's get crazy.
No,
Come on.
Jeremy is no good about game
Blouser.
Listen, I'm just being. Look, that brother stepped on stage and made more money than I have in my lifetime. So it is nothing but love for him, man. It is all good. It is.
Hey, do you think Seattle will draft a quarterback with this pick?
Yes. Drew Lock is your starting quarterback at this moment. Drew Lock is your starting quarterback. You need to think about that. That would not shock me at all. And you're getting them in the second round, y'all. Jaquan says, I can't unsee it.
Now you're going to have that image in my head.
Hold on. Hitty said, cut the Nelson Prince joke slander. This is for you, Hitty. This is it. Time for you to go on the wire.
Personal foul on unsportsmanlike conduct on you.
I'm saying, I love
10-yard penalty, a loss of down. Third down. Come on, man. Come on.
Look at this dude get interviewed. Man. Somebody told him that too, man. Somebody told him that, but God bless him, man. God bless him.
That kind of rather wrong, I'm just gonna sit there and let you know that.
That brother gonna be marketable. That brother gonna be marketable. I'll tell you that right now. Anytime they go to Minnesota, they better watch out. David says rumors are that Seattle is where Willis comes off the board. Oh, that wouldn't shock me at all. And
no, it wouldn't.
I see Ian Rappaport talking, so that would not shock me if that's where he goes.
They weren't even on the clock that long. They were like this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Glenn,
it's like rapid fire.
Right. Because what is it? Do they get 5 minutes or 7 minutes?
I think it's it's like 5 minutes. I think.
I think it's 7 minutes. Maybe that's what it is. Excuse me.
I'm surprised nobody ain't get the DN from Kentucky yet.
Oh yeah. I forgot about him. Oh man, somebody said it's his name, Leroy. He does look a little bit like Leroy from Fame.
Leroy.
Man, we are hating on this brother, and that
Leave this man alone,
all he
man.
did. All he did.
And I say, who's the master? You say Shonda.
Shonda. Leroy, Bruce Leroy.
Catching bullets with his teeth.
All right, Seahawks got their pick in. Let's see if Malik gets some love. He a hometown boy. Would love to see him pick up. No, they went edge. They went edge.
No, they got. Oh no, they got the. They went and got linebacker.
Minnesota. So.
Oh, because they lost Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
Bobby Wagner went to the. No, actually they cut him, but they ain't lose him. They cut him. But
I see some of y'all on my line here. I see you out there. Ant, what's going on? Ant said you stupid, Steve.
Calling that man Prince.
See now they see you started that, Glenn. You started to show your stuff. See that now they talking about the
what happened last night.
They talking about
this is what happened last night. You pretty much blame me for stuff, and now everybody coming after me. I'm like, what's really going on?
Ray just educated us. Seattle has back-to-back picks, and my apologies. Ray. We try. Look, messed around and have fun. I told you I blame everybody. It's Glenn's fault, man. My bad.
That's twice. That's twice already. Twice in 5 minutes.
Oh man. Oh boy. Thomas says Willis is all Falcon watch. Seattle going with Desmond. So it's kind of interesting. So as we look at the picks coming down, Glenn, so let's go back to this best available again. And I'm going to have to refresh it. At Seattle, let's see what Seattle does here, even though they're saying they're going edge for the first one. Let's see what they say. I got to refresh this because they have our guy still on the list. Okay, Nakobe Dean is still okay. Let's see what they do.
No, they would have drafted Nakobe Dean if they wanted him. I think they're gonna go defensive.
They switched Kenny Walker. Now, here's the interesting thing, right? Penny for the first time showed up those last 4 games of the year. Rashard Penny, right?
Right.
So I was saying to myself, it took him 3 years to finally turn into that back. Right. So this doesn't shock me that they go Walker with this pick because they need another running back.
It don't.
Yeah, they need him. Walker's a bad boy. I think Hall was the best running back off the board.
Jack didn't wait no time.
Right.
No time. Scoot him up quick.
Man.
They pretty much said we drafted a quarterback. We gotta give him weapons.
Man,
he got 2 good ones.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Looking over here. All right. Tiny says 40 picks in and only 1 quarterback drafted so far. We were talking about that yesterday as this being one of the worst quarterback drafts. Wow. Yeah. What you think, Glenn? What do you aside? Listen,
I mean,
even if the talent level isn't great, we usually see at least 1 or 2 by now, right?
Right, but I'm looking at this draft and it's just so deep on the defensive side of the ball, which is rare. It's rare that you just see defender, like a defensive end, cornerback, linebacker. I mean, it's just deep. I mean, what quarterback just jumped out at you that currently in this draft right now? Which quarterback did you think, you know what, that's going to be a starter? Really none. The only quarterback that I honestly would probably trust is Matt Corral.
I'm going to say something real quick, and I hope the University of Georgia people don't get mad at me. Stetson Bennett was the winning quarterback of the national championship team. And I know about the defense. Y'all don't have to remind me. But Stetson Bennett was the quarterback of the national championship team. And you don't win without a couple of those Stetson throws. But that, to me, tells me the state of 2021 quarterbacks in college. So, that's where I am with
I mean, he wasn't this quarterback class was not that deep.
No.
Period.
No.
So
not at all.
I don't like with Pittsburgh, they needed a quarterback. Come on.
But Pickett, though. Did you think Pickett, though, Glenn?
I mean, he did pretty well in that bowl game. I mean, he gave them a winning record this year.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't take that away from him.
This is true. James asked. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, and then when he did that fake quarterback dive into the end zone, I think that they was like,
Brianna's on it again, Glenn. Vikings just traded up. Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting for them. James does ask, who do you think, where are we going for 58 in your opinion? I think right now, James, and
I
Glenn,
don't know.
Let me throw some names out there. Glenn, we got N'Kobe, Malik, Booth from Clemson. I'm kind of shocked. He got first round grades going into this one, and I'm just kind of shocked that he hasn't come off the board yet. Ajabu, we've talked about. Sky Moore from Western Michigan hasn't come off. Of course, Ritter is still there. While we keep talking about Willis, we're coming to a close point now where we can choose which quarterback. Right now, James, ask me that question in about where are we now?
We're at 42. Ask him about 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, about 10 picks from now. And that'll tell me what's going on. Brother Ricky.
What's happening?
What's happening? In the house.
Rick, what's going on?
Joining us today. Rick.
He got the throwback on.
He got the throwback. Rick, you got the throwback on, Rick.
Yes, sir.
Is that Mr. Roddy White you got on?
Yes, that's Roddy White, sir. Yes, it is.
I know Tidy is probably crying right now because you have one of his favorite players in the history of the world.
Oh man, I got him. I got Crumpler. I got Vic. I mean, I'm in there.
Love Algie Crumpler, man. I love Algie Crumpler.
Hey, Rick, tell me what you think so far, man. What do you think about the move up? What do you think about Drake London? Tell me what you think.
I like last night. I like Drake London. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the vision, but we needed a wideout. I mean, because Zacchaeus, come on, man. Yeah. That's our number one, Zacchaeus. Yeah. And just like Marcus said last night, we got to get more help on that side of the ball, unless you're going to run Cordarrelle Patterson, into the ground.
We did that last year.
Yeah.
And see, the thing is that one of the reasons why he was so explosive and he did the things that he did was because, he ain't had that much tread. He still had a lot of tread on the tires. So now, you're giving him rest. You got two big bodies for Mariota to throw at. So I'm good with that. We got some edge for everybody that says edge, but I don't think we're through yet.
Quick, Brianne says the Colts just made a trade as well. So
dang.
Trying to see.
The Colts
have y'all ever seen a draft that had so many trades?
Right.
Well,
it's crazy.
It's because this draft is trench heavy. If you
exactly
this draft is trench heavy. This is a trench draft. That's the reason why you're not seeing quarterbacks fall and running backs and a lot of wide receivers fall off the board. This is a trench draft. That means this is your time to bolster the trenches on either side of the ball. Get your trenches right. And so, and that's evident because I still don't know why N'Kobe Dean ain't drafted. That's what I don't that is baffling because he's the captain of the squad. So I don't understand why Nakobe Dean
I think they.
has been
I
drafted.
I think they looking at the fact that he's not tall. He's only 5'11", 6 foot. But
Man,
I'm
that
like,
don't matter. He's a
that's
thumper.
that's what I'm saying.
It don't matter. You don't look at size and height. Look at
You look at the
how
other
he was in the
intangibles.
secondary.
Right.
Look at how he was running defenders down in the secondary. The run game, they couldn't go through him. Look at how many balls batted down. I mean, it's a lot of.
I mean, he had interceptions. Man, he was the goal anchor of that defense.
Is it
You want that type of presence in your locker room and on the field.
right? So I'm hoping maybe Terry Fontenot is looking at that. I still ain't, and I'm gonna be brutally honest. Malik Willis still ain't out of the equation yet.
No,
He ain't out yet. Because I think the Giants just got Kentucky wide receiver Wan'Dale Robinson, so they just got a wide receiver.
Okay.
So, hey, he's still not. I mean, and notice how many quarterbacks you got: Malik Willis, Matt Corral, who else? Because Kenny
Sam Howell,
North Carolina,
Sam Howell, and Ritter.
yeah,
you got a whole bunch of quarterbacks. That's right now. I mean, can you imagine Malik Willis sitting in the green room like, man, what's really wrong with me?
dude.
I'll see that right now. No, but more fuel for the fire.
Yeah.
More fuel for the fire.
The question is, Uncle Steve, let me ask you this. The question is, no Malik, no Corral, third round comes through. Right?
I don't think you could take another chance, man.
No,
you gonna have to go and get one of them quarterbacks.
Yeah,
you got to. Third round the limit.
Yeah.
Right. I ain't dealing with the salary cap. What we got next year for the salary cap? How much
Like
our
$4
salary
million.
cap is next year?
Or right now,
Like $4 million.
it's showing over 100 million. But let's not forget that we have a couple of guys. We have a couple of guys that we're gonna probably have to think. Andrew Booth goes to Minnesota, cornerback.
Right.
Andrew. All right. Now, can we see Andrew Booth instead of his sister's skin in the face?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Yeah, we know who you are. That's mom. Is that mama? If that's mama,
that's mama.
I'll give her an excuse. All right, that's mama. So I'm gonna give you an excuse, mama. But everybody else,
did you see Leroy from Fame? That boy.
Hey, Ricky.
Man, why everybody keep saying that?
Did you see Leroy from Fame?
Oh man,
I was looking for Debbie Allen just when they showed that video. I was like, oh, Debbie Allen must be the strength coach.
Hey,
man, boy, leave that man alone.
That brother was talking too much, Monica. Monica said they had to run by and read the card. You're right, Monica. That lady was telling him we trying to end this show at 9 o'clock. He was sitting up there talking. The guy from who gave the pick. Jaqual says Nakobe and Roquan are comparable size and skill wise, yet Roquan went top 10.
Yeah, Roquan went like number 8.
Yeah,
but Roquan went and go in a once again trench heavy draft.
right.
Roquan didn't go in a trench heavy draft.
No,
Go back and look at that draft. This draft here is all about the 5. Count them, 5 Georgia players. Never happened in the history of the draft since 1966. 5, one school.
I agree.
Wan'Dale Robinson.
Why Nakobe Dean won number 6.
Wan'Dale Robinson just got picked from Kentucky.
Yeah, as a wide receiver.
Tell old Wheat Marrow to get off the stage. It ain't about you. Go about your business. Oh, Marrow.
What's you
that's
looking?
actually a good move.
What we looking at?
Yeah.
So to me, what that's saying to me from the owners and from the coaches and from the GMs, they're not really looking at quarterbacks. They're saying quarterback class, Kenny Pickett was the cream of the crop.
Either him or Corral, I trust.
But here's my thing, y'all, and I keep hearing, and don't get me wrong, I agree. I know the level of quarterback is not as high as it's been in the last couple of years.
Right.
But 10 teams can't get 3 quarterbacks. There's only 3 guys I've been hearing about next year, and it might be more. But you hear Stroud, you hear Young, and you hear the guy from Florida.
But I'm not sold on Bryce Young.
That's my point.
No, Bryce Young gonna be all right. Bryce Young gonna be all right.
What I saw last year.
You got the volume up in your room. One of y'all got your volume up. I keep hearing feedback.
Let me see if we turn it down.
There you go.
Is that better?
You get me?
Let me see.
Let me see.
Because
it might be me.
Okay. Let me see. I still hear.
Here.
Let's see. Nope, I don't hear it now. Or do I? Nope. Nope. Don't hear it. All right, we good. Okay, y'all good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm trying to catch up with a couple of these questions.
I didn't see anything last year.
Right.
I didn't see anything. He was
I think he got. I mean, I don't think he should rush getting out of college yet because he still needs some fine tuning. But he took a team to a national title and almost won it. Well,
okay, but
what's up, Alex? I see you out there, Alex.
But that's a national championship with a college team. Do you think he's ready for NFL speed?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. No.
Both of them Bosa boys, TJ Watt. You think he ready for somebody running off the edge like that coming in? No. Because he got flustered with Georgia defense. Because he thought
Georgia defense was legendary last year.
That was a whole different. What he really saw was the real Georgia Bulldog defense in that championship game. He saw the real Georgia Bull. Look at what that boy could never get his feet set. Every time he looked up, somebody was in the backfield.
They came with the mentality like enough is enough. Right. You know, we tired of losing to y'all in the heat of a moment, and we need to go ahead and cut the stage and be like, all right, now it's our time, man. They broke up.
And forgive me if I played deja vu with y'all, but wasn't it Tua who threw the pass to beat Georgia? And
he
based off 1 quarter of work, he all of a sudden became the most prized quarterback going into the next draft.
He threw it to Deontay Smith. Yeah, he threw it to Deontay.
Right. Ricky, now I don't know. Ricky, I think you adjusted way too much. Now your volume going down.
It's Cooper low, my brother.
Switch it up, brother. We trying to hear you. You got some good stuff going on. I'm trying to hear you.
Are we good now?
Turn it up just a little bit more because I don't hear the feedback as much as I did before.
What about now?
There you go. Much better.
Okay.
Much better.
All right. So the Texans just got John Mechie.
Ooh, Alabama. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
David Mills with a lot of stuff out there. I mean, with a lot of weapons out there, y'all.
But do you think he the answer though? Do you think David Mills?
No.
I don't think so.
Houston is one of those teams
they're trying to build.
Let's wait till 2023, which to me is still idiotic. Because even some of the Falcon fans, which makes me upset when they're saying, "Well, we're not trying to win." Really? What happened, Glenn? Glenn fell out. Come on back in, Glenn. Which is dumb when you're trying to say you're not trying to win a game.
So we're gonna bomb 17 games. That what we're gonna do?
I think that's the I don't understand that. Just to go, hold on, just like you say, Ricky, just to go get somebody we're not sure about.
He ain't guaranteed.
That's what I'm trying to say. He's not guaranteed at all. That doesn't even make any sense to me.
What's his name? Eric King out of Miami? King?
Derek King, right?
He ain't guaranteed.
Yeah, Mitchie, you're right on point. Mitchie going to
and to your point, Stetson Bennett was throwing touchdowns.
Hey, for all we know, Stetson's the best one touchdown.
Stetson Bennett was dropping dimes on Alabama in that championship game. Don't get it twisted. He was dropping dimes
Let me explain something to you. There were two throws in that national championship game. The one where they took the lead, the 19-18. And go back and look at this, and people don't pay attention to that. Go back and look at that Brock Bowers pass that he threw in the end. That defensive end was at the tip of about to tip that ball. Stetson put the perfect touch on top of that. I mean, he put the perfect touch.
So let's not just think it was all Georgia defense, because we still had to score points on the Alabama defense now.
Right.
You still had to score points on the Alabama defense. Don't get
true. This is true. It's all good, Glenn. We got you. We got you, bro.
Yeah. You had to score points on the Alabama defense. You just couldn't sit there. You knew you had to get over. You had to get over 24 points. You knew that.
Absolutely. You had
so they went into Alabama went into the game plan and said, okay, well, we'll stop them. Wrong answer. Hold up, bro.
Now, Scar just asked the question. Scar, he was talking to Warren. He said, so you'll take Willis over Young. Now, here's my point about that, Scar, and I'm not trying to say, and you make another good point about King, not an NFL quarterback. What makes you think Bryce Young is that much better than Willis? May I remind you, look who Bryce Young is throwing to.
Right.
He's throwing to basically
NFL caliber players.
Exactly.
And he's throwing nobody.
With an offensive line where that we've already seen a couple of guys go.
Offensive line. And a pretty much NFL caliber.
And he still was scoring touchdowns.
Exactly.
But from what I see, Malik Willis fits the Atlanta Falcons, and guess what? He knows it. He knows it.
Right.
Malik knows that. That's why he ain't sweating. He ain't sweating none of the dumb stuff. Trust me.
I'm gonna take one of the phone calls here, y'all, so we can open up a couple of phone lines. I'm gonna let you get in. Caller, who you got going? You with Glenn, with Brother Ricky, and Uncle Steve. Who we got today? Jaquel, what's going on, my brother? Man, we hanging in there, brother. We hanging in there. Talk to me, Jaquel, before we get any further. Tell me what you thought about yesterday, and tell me what you think about going into tonight with the rest of these picks we got.
I would still would have liked to have seen us go more so trench that first pick, and kind of stick with that. I mean, I know we have those all over the offense as well now, but at the same time, I'm just tired of seeing that top four get pushed around, man.
So, in other words, you're a Jordan Davis fan.
No, not even necessarily Jordan Davis. I mean, it's a lot of talent. Like I've been, have pointed out several times, not only in this, podcast, but the one yesterday too.
Right.
They pointed out several times this is a trench heavy, draft.
Yeah.
And
I'm a Georgia homer. Don't get me wrong. I love, some of those guys put on red and black again, but I'm definitely about going best available. I mean, I don't agree with what they're saying is the best available, but at the same time, honestly though, I do think that we did make some good picks. I don't think any of them were.
Oh, they got him.
We're not interrupting you real quick, Jaqual, but the Ravens defense just got better. David Ajabu, who, as you remember, was hurt during the combine, and this brother right here is going to be a sneaky good pick somewhere between the end of this year and next year. He would have been easily top 10 if he didn't get hurt. And I love the emotion coming out of him right now, but I apologize for interrupting your thought. That's a major move unless you're Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson still hit.
Yeah. Lamar, yeah.
Going by what I would like to have seen, personally, but at the same time, I can't argue with what they've done so far. Because like no matter where we go, we're going to be touching our knees regardless.
This is true. This is
and that kind of comes with the territory of a rebuild. So I think the only thing with Drake London that does kind of, because I went and watched some of his YouTube highlights. I know that doesn't necessarily always show a full picture, but I would have liked to see a little bit more separation from him.
Right.
The times that they did show a little bit of, burst and separation was definitely before, he started becoming a little bit more injury prone.
Right.
But I like his size, hands. He's a hands catcher. Really haven't had, much of that. We've had a lot of body catchers. And it kind of, a lot of times that was an issue, when you have a quarterback like Ryan that kind of, is not always throwing an accurate pass, what we would like to call an accurate pass.
Right.
You kind of, for those kind of reach back passes or those, passes you got to kind of dive to your ankles for. You need those kind of more handy type of, receivers. So, but I mean, again, Drake was a good pick, but I love that second round pick.
Yeah,
he could have easily gone, late first.
God.
One of your boys, Jaqual, just went out. Another lineman, Josh Haskell, out of Kentucky, just went to the Lions just to be sure. The one thing
the Lions might be the Lions gonna have a nice defensive front.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. You cannot teach.
But their offense is garbage as long as they got.
I mean, that wide receiver that they got, he can start, and then they still got Deontay Swift. So
Yeah, they
you
got
need to build on that.
That's a good move.
You ain't
Jaqual,
got
man,
nobody
I
calling
appreciate you, my
plays right.
friend. Thank you, brother, and call us on down the line, brother. We appreciate you.
Because they got the answer. Detroit
too,
has
brother.
to answer that quarterback question. They got to answer it.
You traded for the guy. I mean,
David,
Well, okay,
David
Green,
corrected me.
the guy was garbage when he was.
Ajabu
I
was hurt
agree. I
during his
wouldn't
pro
have
day,
drafted.
y'all.
I mean, I didn't see nothing spectacular from Goff. I agree.
Now let me show you about system quarterbacks, and that's another thing that the reason why I'm so set on Malik Willis. Let me show you system quarterback.
Talking.
Now here you got a quarterback that was with a team 12 years?
Right.
12 years.
You talking about our quarterback?
No, you talking about Matthew Stafford.
Oh, Matthew Stafford.
12 years, right?
Got it.
Made it to what? One playoff? Was it one?
He made it to two.
Two. No,
He made it to two. Lost both times.
Lost both of them in the first round, right?
Right.
Correct.
Get a change of scenery and go not just go to the Super Bowl, but win it.
But win it.
Win it.
So what does that say to you? What's the overriding message that you get about Matthew Stafford as opposed to Matt Ryan from what you just said?
Scheme. Putting him in the right scheme.
You think
now,
so?
Let's go back. How many offensive coordinators did Matt Ryan have? Let's just
too many to count
about that. How many?
Too many to count.
So
At
that's
least
just like a child. That's just like a child going to 10 or 15 different elementary schools and never get it because every time you go to a different school, there's a different. Even though it's the same grade, it's a different curriculum. So same thing with Matt. Matt never. I don't believe he ever got his feet up under him. That's just my thought process. Now, did he make bonehead plays? Yes.
Yeah.
And I ain't giving him a hall pass.
But let me add something to what you, and I'm agreeing with what you're saying. But how about just the plain and simple? Maybe Matt Stafford is just a little bit more talented than Matt too.
Well, he
Because
was.
at the end of the day,
He was.
when you think about it, that's only a 2-year difference in experience from Matt Ryan to Matt Stafford.
That's all.
Do you think Matt Ryan was on a trending up, or do you think Matt Ryan, I would argue from 2018, Matt Ryan has not been the same quarterback.
No.
I'm going to give him 2018,
Right.
but because he had a really good year 2018.
Yeah.
But since 2018, he has kind of started going downhill.
Right.
Matthew Stafford has not lost any arm strength.
Nope.
Matthew Stafford still has a little bit of athleticism in him, always has.
Get out.
And get out of trouble when he needs to.
Get signed off the ball.
Maybe we're just the best thing I can say about Matt Ryan, aside of being a good leader on and off the field, I think, is he was durable. Matt didn't take days off.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
I got to give Matt Ryan credit. That man was an Iron Man for the team.
Yeah,
absolutely.
he took some shots.
That man took hell.
Yeah,
especially for a team that really didn't build up in the trenches the way it should have.
Right.
He took it, and I mean I got to give him credit. I think with Matt Ryan and Matthew Stafford has a huge arm. Always had it. He had it at Georgia
and can throw it different angles.
Exactly. I think with Matt Ryan in the right system, I mean, in the system was when we had old dumbass over there from the 49ers that kind of screwed us and whatever. He made him like, look, you can't be one dimensional. I need you to roll out through bootleg. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. And he brought that out of Matt Ryan.
Right.
One thing about it, we had a doubt of when we got Sarkeesian or whatever, and that how it should have never happened.
Right.
Tidy says Mathis is going to the Commanders. I'm gonna have to get used to saying the Commanders right now.
Weird name.
And hold on, I'm trying to. That's Santana Moss. I was trying to see who that was. Yeah, Mathis from Alabama. Yeah, that's a nice move too. Jeremy did bring up one point when we were talking about the Stafford Ryan. He said still thinks Stafford is marginally better, but the Rams also had a killer defense. It takes a team, and he's absolutely right about take a team. But Jeremy, I listen. I'm agreeing with you, but you cannot tell me Matthew Stafford marginally better at Matt Ryan's height of 2016.
Right.
I don't think he's better than Matthew Stafford.
I don't know.
Talent-wise. Okay, let's throw the intangibles in there. Mm-hmm. Matt Ryan had a winning team. And Matt Ryan was kind of doing it with scraps those first 5 years. We keep talking about how we're building the team now. Remember back in 08? We really think about 08 now. We signed. There was no guarantee.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Think about it. Turner was our biggest acquisition, which turned out to be gold.
Right.
We got. Didn't we bring Malloy in here for a year?
Lloyd Malloy.
Mm-hmm. We brought in Michael. We drafted Michael Jenkins.
Right.
From Ohio State.
Right.
We brought in. Who was the journeyman wide receiver? It was a wide receiver.
It wasn't Brian Finneran, was it?
He was already there. He was already there. It was somebody else wide receiver that we brought in, and I'm trying to remember. But we piecemealed that team together.
Exactly.
And when you think about we piecemeal, John Abraham, somebody just put in the text, absolutely.
Only outstanding defensive player we don't have in this past decade.
So was that a team that really kind of like a monster built team? I think it's kind of the same thing we're doing now. Now, granted, we're only doing 1 and 2 year contracts, but let's not act like we building this. I mean, this is like this. We can't manufacture 7 wins out of this team. We're still playing the NFC. It's not like the NFC.
Last year.
Right. we won 7 games. We had no business
We
winning.
overachieved last year, to be honest
Big
with you.
time.
I can say, I can say 3 of them we really gave away.
Right. Philly, we came unprepared. Washington, we should have never lost.
We had the Commanders game. That game
we should have never lost that game.
Man, don't even talk about that game.
That's just one. I ain't going back with the other with a couple of other ones that I know we should have won. We had the Commanders. We had they
dead to right.
Dead to rights.
Because that's when Cordell Patterson went off that game.
Exactly. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. That Sean Evans.
The Bears are taking Penn State safety Jaquan Brisker. That's who the Bears are taking.
Wow.
Yeah, they loading up in the secondary.
And back to the narrative. No Nakobe Dean.
Wow.
No Malik Willis. Let's go back to the narrative. So that's what I'm saying. What about 3rd round? So and then we got another pick coming.
We got the 58 pick.
Gotta be something behind us,
got
y'all.
10 picks away.
It's gotta be something that we're not
adding up. It just ain't adding up.
Tidy, 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 I don't want you to do anything but jump in for a quick second. I'll let you go if you can. Jump in for a quick second
but
if
now
you get a
Tidy
chance.
ain't playing with Malik.
I just want to ask you.
Why does you think adding up, man?
It's something about this Nakobe Dean thing, and I like to talk to my Georgia experts about this because
you
talking about the Butkus Award winner,
right? Come on now.
In
this dude is an All-American.
All-American.
One of the reasons why they won that championship. One of the major reasons why they won.
You can't just tell me his guy is the only thing that keeps him drafted.
Right.
You can't tell me that.
It's something else, man. And it can't be just 5'11" because there are 5'11" linebackers in this league.
Hey, Jackie Tuggle was 5'11". Look what he did.
Yeah. I don't get it. I don't get it.
You can't look at this. Listen.
Okay, David says they're saying that it's red flags in Dean's medicals. So maybe
well, that must be something we don't know. I still say
my brother Jairus is telling me the same thing. He said he says pre-draft hype for Malik and Dean has been way off. And my brother Joe says we could have won 11 games last year. Marcus, check your inbox, Marcus.
I agree. We should have been 11-6 last year. I agree.
Right.
Yeah. Like I said, that Philly game, we came in there half stepping, and we got our ass kicked. We got our ass kicked.
Prince T'Chaka says Willis to Pittsburgh at 52.
No,
not when they just
Ben's replacement.
Yeah,
no, that
would be three quarterbacks right now.
That'll be
that.
Yeah, man, that'll be acting.
They got a full quarterback room right now. They good.
If anything, they need a linebacker.
Mr. Motivator asking us who do y'all want in the next pick?
Brother Motivator, how you doing, bro? I know Tyler don't like it, but I'm sticking with Malik Willis.
Yeah,
get him.
I'm trying to tell you, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks between that.
Malik's upside is so good.
Let's fall.
Oh, okay.
Ain't's on the clock.
Yeah.
From Brienne.
Yeah, I can't stand
Marcus says I'm out here grilling how to get it. I just check your inbox, Marcus. Check your inbox, brother. Check your messenger. Shane says I'll take Ritter.
Nah.
PJ, what's going on, PJ? PJ's on YouTube telling us on Uncle Steve's Lounge. Y'all don't forget about me on Uncle Steve's Lounge. Y'all go subscribe. PJ say Dean is hurt.
Dean is hurt.
Well,
but Joe just got
and he hurt. Oh, Joe hurt.
Hey,
he's in a walking boot.
Ain't winning no championship.
Yeah, he's in a walking boot right now.
Hey, PJ,
championship. Help me understand that.
It gotta be. It gotta
It's
be
got to
something
be
more.
something greater than that. You're not gonna
It
pass
has
on.
to be.
That's
It
a
has to
right
be.
there you passing on.
I also mentioned this yesterday, and I don't know if y'all remember. He's an engineering major, and they say he's a smart dude. He is a
Yeah, the
smart
man
will.
graduated with a 4.0.
Maybe he has aspirations that don't make football primary. I don't know. I'm just throwing
He
it out
doesn't
there.
have to with that
And
degree.
maybe in his interview, he said, you know, hey y'all.
Somebody gonna get him.
I can't see it.
I will
And I'm
be.
hoping that
I will be
if we
shocked
don't
and
get
go
Malik
undrafted.
Willis, I want Dean. We'll take a chance on it. That's what we gonna do. Take a chance.
We got another brother in here, Marcus. Marcus, now don't sit up here and lie to us, Marcus. And I think each one of us are about at least 250 in larger. You said you grilling. We want to see evidence. Don't come up here and tell us those.
Oh, you want to see evidence? Oh, you want to see evidence?
I gotta see the evidence.
Hold on now. Wait a minute. Hold on.
You want to see evidence?
It's already 8 huns.
All right.
Hold on. See, hold on. I ain't gonna start checking. Give me a second. Hold on.
Good.
So, we got a little bit in here.
Okay.
All right. Hey, man.
Alontae Taylor is going to the
All right.
Saints.
Then your stuff must be good then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alontae Taylor going to the Saints.
I'm not actually to be outside. We eating and stuff like that.
Right.
And I'm sitting here listening to y'all, going through the motions of the draft and stuff like that. Let me get my perspective on Malik Willis.
Go ahead.
I'm thinking he's falling. Because of the overdraft hype. Okay.
Wow.
I'm thinking he got a little too much hype. Then the people start watching his tape. Now, I'm not a Willis hater. All right, I'm not a Willis hater at all. I actually think Malik Willis will be a decent quarterback. I just don't know if he was a first rounder. You see what I'm saying? I just don't know. I don't think he was a first rounder. Now, with some work, Malik might be, an elite quarterback, but he's a project.
Hold on 1 second, Marcus. I just wanna shoot out a real nice bird to Cameron Jordan up there giving the pick for the Saints because I just don't like him.
Okay.
And they just picked the cornerback Taylor out of Tennessee.
See, that's one thing. They're going around him. I don't understand. Here's the thing: they're going all around him. Even the Falcons have gone around him.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So either they're sold on Mariota,
right?
No.
I don't
or
think
they're-
Farfano is. I don't believe he is.
I don't see them being sold on Mariota.
Right.
I'm not a big fan of Mariota, but he's wearing the Falcons uniform, so I got to rock with it.
Right.
There you go.
Okay.
So Marcus, I'm gonna ask you because you just came in and we probably an hour in.
Okay.
So tell me, one, how you feel about Drake as the second pick. As the first pick.
Drake is big. Drake is a big body receiver, and he's a big body target.
Right.
It's really up to who's going to be throwing to him.
Right.
Because he didn't have an elite quarterback throwing to him when he was at USC.
No, he did not.
Right.
But he made it happen. So now you have to decide, okay, whether I'm going to rock with Mariota. Mariota has been, now, mind you, I have been very critical of Mariota. All right. And it's probably not been fair, but I've been very critical of Mariota because of his past performance.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
and he deserves it. He was the number 2 pick overall. He deserves it.
Right.
Yeah,
He
he deserves it. But if he comes in and he turns it around in Atlanta, that's a different story.
Right.
Okay. Now you got London and you got Zacchaeus and you Pitts. Okay, those are I'm sorry. London is going to be your number. Pick him at 8. He's going to be your X receiver. All right, he's going to be the target receiver. So you got London, you got Pitts, and you got Zacchaeus. Zacchaeus is going to be starting.
Tate it might be interesting because Tate played for Tennessee, and he's one of them big boys too. I'm not trying to say he has the talent level, but I'm saying they were making a big deal out of bringing him in from the Titans. So that might be your other receiver on the other side. I'm just throwing that out there before we throw OZ out there real quick. OZ might be your slot.
Your problem is everybody that's coming in has a question mark.
True.
And that's the biggest issue.
We can agree with that.
Everybody coming in has a question mark. You don't know what you're getting.
Yeah.
So now we'll be coasting into the late second round. All right. So they're passing on Malik Willis for a reason.
Right.
There's something up with Malik Willis. Okay. Everybody, even if you don't need Malik Willis, even if you don't need him, okay, even as a backup, that you can bring up. If he's quality, it's where it is.
Right.
Okay. That's where it is.
Hey, sorry to cut y'all off, but the Patriots just traded up from the Kansas City Chiefs, and their pick is already in.
We appreciate that. Also, real quick, Marcus, before you go, I'm gonna give you the floor back again. Another tweet sent to us from brother Tiny said the Panthers' pursuit of Baker Mayfield continues to heat up. The Browns quarterback could end up in Carolina by tonight or this weekend.
Yeah,
here's the deal with that real quick, y'all. Here's that sounds like that doesn't make sense. Think about it. Mayfield is on the last year of his deal. Darnold is on the last year of their deal. It's not like you're gonna owe these guys anything after next year. If anything, you can see which one of them come out on top and maybe go one step further to see. It's not a losing cause for them. Listen, and this is blasphemous. Before we got Mariota, it wouldn't have been a horrible idea for us to get Baker. We would have got him cheaper, and we don't have any extension with him. This would have been his only year.
We don't need to pay him like a freaking franchise quarterback either.
Right. And I'm not suggesting before everybody starts putting in the comments that I want Baker. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about what the financial.
Let me ask this question.
Baker, here's the thing. Baker wouldn't have been a bad quarterback to bridge to the new one.
Yeah.
I'm going along with what Marcus says, right? Because I'm like the glass half full, glass half empty kind of guy.
Okay.
People talk about how bad Mariota is or this, that, and the other. Well, the Booger beat us twice. 2 times. When we had everybody. Julio, everybody.
Eating and drinking at the same time.
So, my thought process is this. B, I watched the video that this guy did on YouTube. Right?
I think I hear your you got something on in the back, Marcus. I know y'all chewing on that meat, so
man, we just chilling. we just chilling. She's sitting here discussing the meat.
Hey, does she have something to add to this conversation? We would love to hear the female. Listen, we love to hear the female perspective if she got one.
Who? My wife is a Falcon fan, but she's not that deep.
She's not.
She's not that deep into it.
Okay.
So she will play the game
Didn't I just see y'all pass some liquid some liquor pass back?
Yeah, she's
libation.
Listen. Okay, so since you got that libation in you, tell me what you think about Drake London. Now you pretty, Marcus. Put the phone on her real quick.
She don't she's that receiver. She don't.
So who did you want yesterday?
She don't know. She can't tell you.
I thought the more you drink, the more you start telling the truth. So I thought maybe
no, that's true.
Okay, let me give you an honest opinion. Had she had her choice, if we're going receiver,
right,
it'd have been Jameson Williams.
Okay, from Alabama.
Yeah, see, it'd have been Jameson.
Okay. All right. Don't talk now. We don't want to see you. Somebody want to talk.
Right.
All right, Jameson Williams.
It'd have been Jameson Williams.
That's a good.
The only reason I said Jameson Williams, only reason I say Jameson Williams because you got Zacchaeus, who is more of a possession receiver, and you have Pitts, who can possibly take the top off the defense, but you can't. You don't want him to be the only reliant. You don't want him to be the only one that can take the top off the defense.
Absolutely.
Now, you got Jameson Williams, who runs 4.4 speed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
So you have a receiver that can take the top off the defense, that can run up the field and clear out the secondary. Everything underneath, you got Pitts. Pitts against a linebacker is a mismatch. Period.
Yeah, that's a nightmare.
Oh yeah.
That's a nightmare.
Okay, so you're talking about giving Mariota the type of weapons that he can use.
Right.
All right, because we already pretty much said Mariota's your starter. Okay, let's go ahead and get that out the way. Mariota's your starter because you wouldn't sign him unless he was. Because here's the thing: you done passed on Malik Willis twice.
Yeah.
Okay, you passed on Malik Willis twice. So obviously you're not looking at quarterback. All right, your best quarterback is going to be Mariota. Right. You're not going to put your hands of your franchise in the hands of what's the other boy? What's the other boy?
Josh Rosen.
No, Josh Rosen.
Even though I think with a little work, Franks can be worked.
He can be a backup.
Right.
He can be a backup. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's hard to make him a backup if they're still trying to use him as a tight end.
Right.
Thank you.
Because right now you confuse the seeds. That's what you're doing. You confuse the seeds.
What you probably can't teach is athleticism, and the brother is a nice size athlete. That's why they want him on the field. But to your point, Marcus, I think what you want in Felipe, you want him to develop into your backup for two reasons. One, they're trying to teach. It's easy for Arthur Smith to teach somebody from scratch. That's somebody that you got undrafted. There was no expectation or whatever. Two, financially, he was an undrafted free agent. He lucky to get the veterans minimum at any point in the next 2 to 3 years.
Well, see, here's the thing about Mariota. He has a point to prove now. He has something to prove.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so he's going to come in. He's going to give you 110%. He's got something to prove. So he's going to make. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to do what Matt Ryan couldn't. You know what I mean? That's the mentality he's going to come in with.
So let's look at it this way. And here's my thought process about this, Marcus. And you tell me if I'm wrong. You tell me, Glenn. Here's my thought process. When you come to Atlanta to play Atlanta, right? Now like you said, we just picked up London, right? Now you got to take into consideration who's finna get this ball. Why? Mariota can what? Mariota, you got the RPO that just opened up now, which you didn't have to factor that in with Matt Ryan, because you know Matt Ryan wasn't finna run.
Right, he don't have the skill set Matt Ryan had. Matt Ryan don't have the skill set.
He never was.
So got that. Now you got a big body receiver now with exceptional ball handling skills. May not have the speed to take the top off of a DB, but if you put it up in the right spot, you're gonna get it. That's one. So which is getting ready to take the pressure off of Pitts, which is getting ready to open Pitts up. You still got Zacchaeus for the slot. Then you got that knucklehead Cordell Patterson back in the back, who is ecstatic about being an Atlanta Falcon. So my thought process is now you got to factor in: are they gonna run? Are they gonna pass? Which one they gonna do? So for all of those who thinking that the Atlanta Falcons is gonna have a 4-12 record, I don't know where your mind at. I don't understand your thought process, your mentality. That's a lot to think about coming in with an offensive-minded coach. That's a lot to think about as a defensive coordinator.
Well, the way to make that work, you have to commit to Cordell Patterson.
Right.
See, here's the thing: you have to commit to Cordell Patterson has to be a running back. He can't be nothing else, because the threat of Cordell in the backfield is bigger than anything we got back there right now.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Cordell, because here's the thing: when you got Cordell at the running back and you move him out, he becomes a completely different threat.
Exactly.
Okay? So
Yeah.
he
When you hit the
gotta
fast
have
field,
Cordell. You got to have Cordell on the field. Now, if you have Cordell on the field, that's a totally different offense.
yeah. That's
But I,
totally
but I
about
think, but I also think that's one of the
with
reasons
all
why.
of them on the field, though, with all of them. All Carterell, London, Zacchaeus, Pitts, all of them on field.
Yeah, here's one thing though. Here's one thing. Here's one thing.
Zacchaeus has got to understand that his role is going to be bigger now. He's going to be the number 2. I know everybody's talking about Pitts being number 2 receiver, but Pitts is probably not going to be on the field as much as Zacchaeus will.
Mm-hmm.
So Zacchaeus has to understand I am the wide receiver. I'm number 2 because they brought this boy in at number 8. So here's the thing: they brought this boy in at number 8 as receiver, knowing that he is going to get playing time. Okay, he is going to get playing time. So now you got London, you got Zacchaeus, and you got Pitts. Pitts is not going to be on the field at all unless they decide to put in a package where they shift Pitts out to receiver.
Right.
Now, if they get a package where they shift Pitts out to receiver, he's going to be the slot.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now you got a 6. What is Pitts? 6'4"?
I think 6'6".
6'4".
Yeah, he's taller than Drake London.
6'6".
Yeah,
Right.
he's taller than Drake London.
Right.
Let me hold
like
tight. Hold tight one quick second, y'all. Hold on one quick second. Tidy got some news for you, Glenn. He said you about to be pissed off because George Pickens is going to the Steelers.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
So I just wanted to tick you off real quick, Glenn.
Now
And I wanted to catch up.
There's Juju's replacement right there. George Pickens.
And in the second round too, Rick. Let me catch a couple more of these comments real quick. Mr. Motivator, who's been rocking with us on YouTube. He asked, "What about Mike Davis?" And I say, "What about Mike Davis?" I think right now he's probably the odd man out.
He's a goal
line. He'll be all right.
I don't think he's gonna make the training plan. I mean,
I think he's gone. Glenn, I don't know why your volume went down all of a sudden. See if it's something that you can turn it up, because I'm not hearing you.
Mike Davis. Had Mike Davis did more production last year, it wouldn't be a question. Now that you got
what about now?
offensive parts.
Perfect.
Yeah, now that you have offensive parts,
George,
Mike Davis is going to be moved around.
Right. Kenny says the schedule dictates so record.
It's going to be a proven year for him. I can tell you that much.
Who's that?
Because if he's still here, he's going to be on that contract. That's a proven year for Mike Davis. I'm talking about prove it.
Well, it's easy for them to get rid of Mike Davis.
Right. Because
it's easy for them to get rid of him right now. Tidy brings up something, says available for the Falcons now on the Kobe Dean, Travis Jones, all the quarterbacks except Pickett, Trey McBride, and a bunch of O-linemen right now. And he also tells us Colts are picking Alec Pierce. Hey, listen, Brianne, come on now. I need you to catch up. Okay, she says Eagles go center.
So
I need you to catch up. Tidy's scooping you now.
I have a question.
Hey,
you were about to get hired.
I have a question.
If you look at the chat, Unc, I'm putting it in the comments. If you look at
it, I do have a question. So
me.
with AJ, I'm sorry, with who was that? That went to the Eagles yesterday. The receiver from Tennessee, from Titans.
AJ Brown. Yeah.
With them picking up AJ, with them picking up that receiver,
right?
Does that make Hurts better, or does that hurt?
No, they made him better.
I think that
I made him better.
He's better than what's the guy that they drafted? That still hasn't come around.
You talk about Devontae Smith? No, they
the other guy.
They still have Devontae Smith. They still have Devontae Smith.
Not Devontae Smith.
Oh,
AJ
Brown.
Reader.
It's Reader.
Yeah. he's an upgrade from that.
Right.
As a matter of fact, he's an upgrade over anybody that they had on the team. I love Devontae. I love him, but AJ Brown is one of the top 5-6 receivers in the league.
Man, come on.
So you just upgraded. You just.
I don't want him to end up like Demaryius Thomas when he moved to Jacksonville. You know what I mean? Because Demaryius Thomas was a big time receiver until he moved over. Until I understand that the quarterback situation was different, but I don't want him to be like Demaryius Thomas. You know what I mean? Because Demaryius Thomas kind of like disappeared after he left the Broncos.
Exactly.
So, you know.
Well, okay, all right. But look who was throwing to him, though.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The quarterback
that's very true.
See, all of that, you got to take into consideration. Like, I know I'm going to make a lot of folks in the Atlanta Bird gang, the social media craze, pissed off right now. Don't be surprised if Matt Ryan make it to the playoffs this year. Don't be surprised.
Oh, he's going to
listen.
He's going to win the NFC. He's going to win the NFC South.
Them boys bringing back in T.Y. Hilton.
No, because first of all, understand with that trade, Matt had everything to do with that trade. Everything. As a matter of fact, that wouldn't have happened if he hadn't approved it. And don't think Matt was saying, "Oh, wait a minute, I got the number one running back. I got one of the best O-lines in the NFL, and they got a decent defense. Okay, sign me up." Because at the very least, I can stand up long enough for a play to develop, and I can get me a receiver downfield.
He's going to the playoffs. That's not even. Disclaimer.
He's going. Don't nobody shoot me. Don't nobody send no death threats. Just don't get mad if you don't see Matt Ryan going out to the playoffs next year.
He's going to the playoffs.
He got a squad. Them folks know they got to upgrade from Carson Wentz. They know that.
And think about what happened to Marcus. He'll put back in. But think about it now. Let's think about that. He just went to the more competitive conference. But that AFC South, you have a Tennessee team that's vulnerable, even with Derrick Henry.
Right.
You have a Jacksonville team that for the second year in a row is rebuilding. And then you have I'm sorry, who am I missing out?
The
Texans.
Yeah, the Texans.
So to say Matt Ryan is going to the playoffs is not a stretch.
No,
not at all.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to come into Levi. What is that? No, Lucas Oil. You got to come there. You have to come there.
Jeremy says the Colts are going to the playoffs. I believe that. Tidy said not football related, but Joel Embiid may be out for the rest of the playoffs. Orbital fracture and mild concussions. That's a game changer.
Yeah,
that changes the whole thing right there.
Miami about to bust their
ass. Yeah.
Henny says, don't give a damn about the Colts QB. Ain't this the Bird game? Henny, stop drinking the Henny. This is the draft, bro. We gonna talk. We not solely talking about the Colts. This is one of the things that bothers me when you start talking about folks that when. Let me break this down for you. We still talking about Mike Vick, who was only here 5 years. We still talking about Julio, who left before Matt. If you think for 1 minute that the winningest quarterback in history is not going to be talked about from time to time in this franchise when he just left. He didn't leave 3 months ago. He just left the beginning of last month. I'm sorry. It's every now and then we gonna touch on it, bro. And I don't want you to get in your feelings about it, because that's what I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going on my admin rant for a second. People have to realize Matt Ryan, contrary to everybody, was the greatest quarterback that played for this team.
Exactly.
Every now and
Hands
then,
down.
we're going to talk about it.
Hands down.
We're
Not
going to
even-
talk about him every now and then.
Never took a snap from the
Now,
center.
now, I do agree I'm not going to stay on him forever. But at the
No.
same time, we're going to talk about it. But I don't want everybody to get Sky Moore
Oh,
with the Kansas City. Kansas City loading up on these wide receivers.
But
He a good one. He's a good one.
Kansas City loading
He's a
up.
sleeper.
uh,
He's a sleeper.
no N'Kobe Dean, no Malik Willis.
This shit is
Yeah,
crazy.
says, folks says the Titans wasn't gonna go, but they didn't. Tidy says Matt Ryan just tweeted Alex Pierce. Jaquan says, I think if we get a quarterback, we go Ritter. Look at our quarterback room, tall, rangy, and athletic. Tidy still breaking news. Trey McBride going to the Cardinals.
Damn, that's a good pick.
That's actually a very good pick coming up.
Yeah.
We are 3 picks away, folks.
I think we might go quarterback.
Kenny came back to us. Don't really care about the coach quarterback. Still gonna be the same, but y'all carry on. You the man, Henny. You the man, brother.
Yo, Skylar Moore and
Okay,
Pat
Marcus, you
Mahomes,
backing up? Okay, hold on.
Dean,
All right, Marcus was out there trying to get an extra piece of rib. All right,
he had to go pull it out the grill.
Yeah, that grill.
He had
Hey,
to
I
All right,
pull it out the
Marcus.
grill.
You still out there, Marcus?
all I see is darkness.
Somebody tell us. All right, I'm gonna put you down in queue, Marcus. We got you though. If you listening, we got you. Jeremy says, call your shot. Is the next pick a quarterback? I say yes. What do you say, Glenn?
Yeah.
What you say, Rick?
Malik Willis.
Malik
I'm
Willis.
gonna keep saying it. I'm how they say. I'm gonna say it till I see it.
Marcus, they say you out there finishing that last rib.
Yeah.
Jeremy just asked us to call our shot. Said is the next pick going to be a quarterback?
Right.
Yeah.
You think so?
Say what now?
Marcus, can you hear us?
Say it again.
No, I said, what's the next pick for the Falcons? We 3 picks away. And they're asking, are we going to get a quarterback?
To me, Malik Willis is still a stretch. I don't know if that's on Terry's mind to get a quarterback. To be honest with you, here's the thing: you went 2 rounds without getting him. Now, if he falls to late 2, at that point you have to get him.
Well, this is our late 2.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, we got one more late 2 after this.
Say Dean might go to Dallas.
No, we in the 3rd. We traded up to go get the defensive player. So we
still had the other. Second round pick. We up in 2 picks. We up in 3 picks.
Is Dean still out there?
I believe Dallas gonna
Dean
get
is still out there.
I believe Dan Quinn gonna get N'Kobe Dean.
Is Dean still out there?
Yes.
I think N'Kobe Dean
Yes.
might go.
He's still out there, Marcus.
If Dean is still out there, I'm thinking
I think
maybe Dean. I'm thinking Dean. It makes no sense not to get him. Put him next to Debo.
That's gonna piss me off.
He has 2 defensive teams ahead of him, though. Marcus, you got Dallas now
and Buffalo.
Okay, Tidy just verified Dallas is going to take Sam Williams.
Who is Sam Williams?
Dean makes the most sense.
Hello?
Dean makes the most sense. Now, if they decide to go quarterback here in the late 2nd, or you gamble to get him in the 3rd, you got to get him between the 2nd and 3rd. You have to get him.
Yeah.
I don't trust Van Der Esch from the Cowboys. I don't know what the hell they looking at. Cause he just another upgrade of Lee. Of Sean Lee. Sean Lee stayed hurt. And now Van Der Esch can't stay healthy. Why not get the linebacker? I'm just saying.
I'm just kind of surprised
that he fell this far.
That he fell this far. Okay, so if you're Atlanta and you're going through, if you're going through the grocery store right now, all the shelves are full. Wait, I mean, you're talking about all of the next level in this draft. The next level quarterbacks are there. You still have a couple of defensive tackles in there. You still got Travis Jones from Connecticut. You still got Winfrey from Oklahoma.
Okay.
You still got a Lucas for offensive tackle. So you still have some folks that you can get. I mean, this is.
Oh Lord.
Who would have thought we'd be in this position?
Figure out which one he was gonna put on.
Terry knew.
I don't know, man.
That's why Terry ain't jumped yet. He knew.
Here's the thing. I think we're finna make a defensive run here because it makes more sense because of what you picked earlier. To me, it makes more sense that even if you go after Dean, I still think
Buccaneers on the clock.
Malik may fall.
Do me a favor. Let me do one quick thing. Ricky, give me a sound check one more time, because for some reason I hear you coming in, but you're coming in. Marcus got a really good sound coming in, so I'm trying to make sure he doesn't drown everybody else out.
Hey, breaking news: Buffalo Bills just traded to the Buccaneers. Buccaneers now on the clock. The picky Ben.
Buccaneers.
Okay, can you hear me? You good, huh?
A little bit more, Rick. Something.
What about right there?
That's good right there. What you got? Glenn, give me a sound check.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. Okay. Now I was just making sure. I know everybody. I was just trying to make sure everybody could be heard, because I know.
Tampa Bay
now, Ricky,
jump.
what were you saying, real quick, Rick? You were
I was saying for either like you were saying, get Dean, because that's gonna help your defense.
Right.
Get Malik, because if you groom them right, just like everybody said, and see, this is what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at the product now, because everybody, if you don't think Mariota ain't gonna be the starting quarterback, you blind in one eye and can't see out the other. And the Bucs traded up to get the guard Luke Godecki. That's who the Bucs got. You got to be blind in one eye and can't see out the other, right? There was a reason why Arthur Smith, as soon as they shipped Matt Ryan out, they shipped Mariota in. That was the reason for that. That wasn't that wasn't a haphazard thought, because Arthur Smith know what he had in him, right?
Right.
So here we go. Do what you got to do. Get either get the defense that's going to get somebody that's going to definitely be an upgrade in your defense, and it ain't costing you nothing because it's only a second round pick.
Right.
Or go on and get your quarterback of the future. Groom this boy, put him in the Arthur Smith system, and then next year turn him loose.
There you go.
That's what you're going to do. Put him in the Arthur
right
Smith system, let him sit behind Mario to find out how to run this thing, and then, okay, here go the keys to the Lambo. Drive, boy, drive. That's it.
Because you're not keeping Mariota past that second year.
No,
you're not doing it.
Absolutely
Not unless he miraculously
he got the ball out.
He got the ball
miraculously balls out.
He got a ball out.
I see.
And which I still think we could be second. I think we can be second in the NFC South. Because what is New Orleans gonna do this year? And we already
New Orleans, man. Listen. New Orleans is gonna be New Orleans. New Orleans is gonna be New Orleans. We just gotta deal with them. No matter what, it's always been a rivalry game. No matter who's at quarterback, even if when they
Sean Payton had the mad side just now. That's the problem.
Right. Even when they had that sideshow quarterback they got, it's always going to be a rivalry game. So it's always going to be that. So if New Orleans is going to do New Orleans shit. So you can't worry about that right now. Right now, you got to worry about, okay, is Mariota going to be able to handle what's going to come at him when the season starts? So now he has the weapons. There's no reason. I mean, we gave Matt plenty of reasons. I mean, plenty of weapons around him, and it didn't come out like we wanted to. Now you got Mariota, who is a younger, more aggressive quarterback than Matt is. So So now you got to make sure that he has the weapons around, so he has no excuse.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Think about Mariota. He's going to get ridiculed everywhere he go. Every time he takes a snap.
And he's gonna be crucified in that in that Mercedes-Benz Stadium down there.
Exactly. He's going to be crucified.
Atlanta on the
Troy
clock.
Anderson.
We on the clock now, man.
No, we take Troy Anderson, whoever Troy Anderson is.
So now let's not let our coaching staff off the hook neither, because they have to put him in the positions to succeed. Right. You have to put him.
You can't come on the field.
You can't be 3rd and 12 and expect him to throw a bomb. That's not how that goes. You got to be able to let him nickel and dime. You got to get him comfortable in the offense, because that's not the offense that he ran in Tennessee. Right. You see what I'm saying? They want a high-powered offense in Tennessee. They were a run-first offense.
There was a run-first offense.
Yes.
All of it was on the meat of Derrick Henry.
Yeah, right. He arguably the best running back.
The O-line was so good. And
we don't have Derrick Henry. We don't have Derrick Henry.
Right.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. We talking Troy Anderson.
Yep.
From Montana State.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Is Montana State an HBCU? What the hell is that? I really don't know.
Well, I can tell you this: Montana and HBCU don't go together. So I know
I don't know what that is. I can't say whether he's going to be legit or not, because I don't follow him. So,
wow.
But I do know this.
Offense? Is he O-line? Because I'm like
Big Sky Defensive Player of the Year.
Okay.
Big Sky Player, the inside linebacker.
So he legit.
Yep.
So tell them getting DPs and weapons.
But in the Big Sky, and let's not act like, again, there are still. I mean, we almost at the end of the second round, so still got a lot of.
Let me ask this. All right, so I'm a big SEC person, and I have watched Franks, even though he went from Arkansas. We went from Florida to Arkansas. Is that what happened? Okay, so Franks wasn't a bad quarterback. He really wasn't a bad quarterback. I think they kind of like gave up on him because of the season. Okay, so now I say that to say this: if you want to have somebody sit behind Mariota for 2 years, why not let Franks see what you get out of Franks at least this year? You get out of Frank. You see what you get out of Franks this year, and see if he develops further into the quarterback that you need for the future. Okay, and I'm not banging a Franks pom pom or nothing like that. What I'm saying is, right now you've passed on a quarterback for 2 straight picks, going on 3. Because I don't believe they're gonna pick. I don't believe they're gonna pick a quarterback at the 3rd pick. So now you're passing on Franks on 3 straight picks. So now you're saying, all right, so all you're saying is, okay.
Give me 1 second there, Marcus. I just want to update everybody since we are on the draft. Let's talk about Troy Anderson for a quick second. Troy Anderson, Montana State, 6'4", 243 pounds. According to ESPN's pre-draft analyst, says he's a sideline-to-sideline run defender with outstanding speed, who chases with good effort. He has initial quickness to shoot the gaps and disrupt plays in the backfield. He has the frame and speed to compete with tight ends in coverage. Good upside as a pass rusher and closing speed to spy quarterbacks. He did play quarterback, running back, and linebacker at Montana State. And he ran a 4.5 in the 40. So 6'4", 243, Montana State. Obviously, first thing you start thinking about is, the level of competition that he had. But athleticism wise, again, we need a linebacker. It's not like we didn't. It's not like we're getting something we don't need. Glenn, what's your first reaction, real quick, to what we got? And as we say, as we're here, Vikings just picked the guard. Go ahead.
I mean,
He a big
it's
boy now.
something that I don't.
I'm looking at his
think,
film.
I gotta go watch film on it because I did not watch any Montana State game. I'm not even gonna sit here and lie to you. But for what they're saying, man, he's
He
super
got an
athletic.
arm too.
He's super athletic. He can go sideline to sideline. He has great closing speed. I mean, I gotta go watch film on him. I mean, I just gotta go watch film on him and see what he can do.
Rick, what's
I
your
just
first
want to know
reaction?
why we keep passing up on the Kobe Dean.
Well,
and
defense is winning championship.
So this is telling. Before I get to you, Rick, this is telling. So right now, the Falcons are telling us that Kobe Dean, that this guy from Montana State
is better than him.
Is better than Kobe Dean right now. Go ahead, Rick.
But then also, this is telling as well that goes back to the beginning of the draft and what I was hearing prior to the draft. Kenny Pickett's name was the only name that they were talking about when it came down to quarterbacks. It was Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis. Now, some folks right now still shocked Malik ain't off the board, right? Now, here's what I'm looking at, and I don't mind because just remember back a month and a half ago, when we were sitting down talking about this whole situation. What did you say? You said no pick is a bad pick. So whatever we get, no pick is a bad pick because we need help everywhere.
Everywhere.
So it don't matter where at, we need help. So what I'm seeing is DB saying, y'all give me my defense. Let me have my defense. Let me show you what I want to do with my defense. Give me my defense. And that's what they're doing. They're giving him a defense. That's what they're doing.
That sounds like to me. Marcus, what you think about the pick?
All right, given me from what you just told me about his stats and what's going on with him, he seems like a pretty decent backer. Now, it all has to translate to the field. So here's the thing: if he's a sideline to sideline rusher, that kind of puts you in the mind of maybe like a Luke Kuechly, not Luke Kuechly. Luke Kuechly, or
a little taller.
Yeah, a little taller, or what's the other boy's name? The one that played some of the years with the Bears.
Urlacher?
Yes. Okay. So that's kind of what I'm putting it. I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Urlacher. Right. I'm saying he got to kind of put you in the mind.
So you're saying he's big, fast, and white. So that makes sense.
I mean, that's all I get. Just telling, just you telling me what we're getting from him. That's all.
You know that right there.
Marcus said, "I see a white guy, and the first thing I say is,
is he better than Dean? I don't know because I watch Dean play. I watch Dean. Now I'm an Alabama fan. I watch Dean like eat up really, really our offense. He was a problem for Alabama's offense in that championship game. So I don't understand. I really don't understand because here's the thing. Dean, I think to me, Dean's a little bit more athletic, but that's just I'm not a coach, so I'm not going to sit here and make that assumption. So with him, it's all about the level of competition. Dean played in the SEC. This other boy played over the Montana State. So he's not so him coming over to the NFL, he's going to see a lot better competition than what he's seen. So the question is he going to be able to translate his game over to the NFL?
Right. I see one question coming in from Elaine. Elaine, how you doing? Elaine says, how are we going to pay for these draft picks? Well, the great thing about it, this Elaine, is the second round draft picks. They're not going to be
making
as
top dollar.
expensive as the first round pick, and
Yeah,
you're not going to have a lot of guaranteed money.
I
That
can
you're
pay
gonna
them.
get on
Like
these
first
cats
round.
as well.
Yeah,
So
we get
Hell,
we get
hell,
these
I
at a
can
discount.
pay them. They're
yeah,
they're not going to be cost efficient. So I
not
have
at
to pay them.
all. So Elaine, don't worry. I hear what you're saying. As I was going by yesterday, we only have two players on our squad that are making over $3 million, and that's Grady and Deion Jones. So
I got
it's don't worry about
But
it.
I mean, it's just like London. It's gonna be how he performs on the field. I'm not going to prejudge these guys because of where they come from. You know what I mean? I'm not going to prejudge these guys for what they come from. So I'm going to you never know. This guy can come in and be like, okay, I'm gonna put the work in.
Listen, I'm not
I'm trying
ready.
to figure out what's his medical history.
You
For
think
Nicole
about
Green.
these. Think about these scouts, y'all. These guys, they are paid to, they are paid to make sure they have good information on these guys, right? So,
Hey, I just seen a tweet from an NFL draft scout, right? That says the NFL source just texted me and said either N'Kobe Dean has horrible medicals or is a serial killer. I just don't get it.
It's a medical. With Dean, this is what I heard. What I heard is it's a medical thing. It's a medical thing.
But it's got to be bad, bro, for you to have. Okay, you say you're an Alabama fan, right?
Yeah.
N'Kobe Dean terrorized your offensive line.
He was hell against
Terrorized the entire game.
true.
When they fell at the Lucas Stadium, that was just like, how was it? It was just like what's that, Space Jam? It was going the Georgia Bulldogs was the monster squad, right?
Right.
And I mean everybody, Jordan Davis, the one that went first, everybody in the whole first round constantly was jacking.
Right.
Like knocking them out. Like what? No.
This another little tweet nugget here from Brother Adley and Tidy says Troy Anderson was drafted with pick 58, round 2. He scored a 10 RAS, which I'm not sure what RAS means, but it's out of a possible 10, he scored 10. This ranked number 2 out of 2,414 linebackers from 1987.
Well, there you go.
2020.
There you go.
So again, these guys are doing their homework. So I'm hoping that because of that we're making good decisions. Rick,
well, it sounds like Terry, like you said, Terry has done his homework, and it sounds like these guys that he's getting are gems. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like they're gems, like people that have not really done their homework and figured out, all right, this boy here can play. You know what I mean? Instead of going up the names.
Hey, Rick, do me a favor. Sign off and then sign back in. Because you got an echo going. It's crazy.
I'll do that.
All right, I'm gonna bring it right back in. Jeremy Cox said, "My kid is selling magazines door to door to pay for the picks."
But I mean, just going off, especially what Tidy just posted. He just sent you. The boy, he ranked like number 2 out of all linebackers.
Right.
So, you can't argue with that. You can't argue with it.
No,
So it's
I just think he got some serious medical issues that keeping him getting drafted. I mean, you don't pass up like his talent of work you've seen for the past 2 or 3 years shows what this kid can do. He gotta have some serious medical conditions that teams are like called about. And be like,
I wonder what it is. What is
that's
it?
what I want to know. Exactly, I want to know. It gotta be something. It has to.
Gotta be something.
What is it? You know, it's crazy that boy fall. He's falling as far as he has. That boy we're late in the second round.
Even though he got the Buccaneers award, that goes to the best defensive player in the country, and he's still on the board. Even though I think Will Anderson was better, in my opinion. Will Anderson is a freaking monster.
Will Anderson is going to be a top 10 pick.
He's going number one overall pick. He's going to be the number one overall pick. I'm calling it.
That's what I question. And I'm not saying that because I'm a fan of Alabama. I'm saying that because watching the boy's body of work. Right. The boy's body of work. Now, mind you, he's like Dean. He's got 5 stars around. Yes. But that boy, he should have been a Heisman candidate over Hutchinson. He's like Dean. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But regardless, he should have been a Heisman candidate over Hutchinson. Period. There's not no question in that. Because his body of work speaks for itself. Now, does it translate over to the NFL? Different story. You know what I mean?
They don't.
Patty brings up and says if N'Kobe really had that bad of medical issues, wouldn't it be reported in multiple times?
You think that? That's my point.
Remember last year? Say again, Glenn. I'm sorry.
No, that's what I said. That's what baffling. If he had such a bad medical history, this would have came out a month ago.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Remember last year, Justin Fields was locked in at number 2, and even had a couple of people thinking he was number 1 over Trevor, and then there was some.
No, he wasn't gonna go over Trevor.
Well, you'd be surprised. There was a couple of people that were talking about it.
Oh, yeah, I had him over Trevor.
Right, and then there was a report that came out
about
before his test. Right before the draft.
2 weeks before the draft. I remember that.
Absolutely. And it was something, and they said, and all of a sudden he went below Lance, below Zach Wilson. Because remember, there was people thinking Zach Wilson wasn't going to go until 4 or 5. And all of a sudden he zipped up to 2. Lance zipped up to 3. So it just doesn't.
My theory on Lance was Fondo wanted Lance, but Shanahan snatched him before, and then that's the reason why we ended up with Pitts, who was the actually best player on the board at that particular time.
Right.
But at the same time, like I said, that was my thought process because Fondo was hooked on Lance, but couldn't get him. And because of that report that went out on Fields beforehand, that's why that's the reason why I believe they backed up off the Fields. Now, will he be a different player this year? Only if Chicago gets some. They got to get some offensive line, because if Chicago don't get no offensive line, you're gonna have a repeat performance.
That was my only issue about him coming to Atlanta. That was my issue about him coming to Atlanta. I was thinking
coming to Atlanta.
Yes, that was my issue about him coming to Atlanta, because I'm thinking like you finna throw this boy into the fire. Right. He's not going to be prepared for that. And with you getting rid of Matt Ryan, here's the thing: here's the question: if Atlanta drafts Fields, do they get rid of Matt Ryan?
Well, no, they can't. Because of that albatross contract that we had. You understand? That's why I ain't mad that they let Matt go this year. Because, we eating this $42 million, but, boy, we scot-free next year. I mean, we gonna be in free agent Christmas next year.
Brian Cook to the Chiefs, y'all. Sound like Brian Cook is going to the Chiefs. But you actually could have, Rick, because think about it. You're eating that $48 million cap this year.
Yeah.
For Matt Ryan. Last year, that cap would have only been $42 million if you had not made that extension. If you did a restructure, I should say.
Right.
So you could have, but I think what the thinking was coming in, Terry and Arthur, they were probably thinking, listen, is it can we just try 1 year to see if we can surround Matt with a couple of pieces and see what he can do? And I think Arthur Smith somewhere along the line, and he probably made the decision before the season was over to say, you know what?
Can't do it.
I'd rather start brand new.
There you go.
I'd rather start all over.
Okay.
Either way, you were going to take a $40+ million hit, whether it was
Either way
last
you
year
go.
or this year. It really didn't matter.
Either way you go.
Either way.
The mindset of GMs and head coaches, you got to have this kind of mindset. This ain't the era of defensive linemen running 4.7, 4.8, and 5. You got D linemen running almost wide receiver speeds right about now.
Jordan Davis was
Case
a
in
prime
point,
example.
right? This one we just picked up, right? He 4.5. So if you a statue, that's the reason why Ben had to get up out of there. You can't be a statue as a quarterback right now unless you like Tom Brady and got an old line. Because I keep telling everybody, when Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay, first thing they got, I think the first 2 rounds, if I'm mistaken, O-line. Because we got to keep him upright because he don't run. So you can't have a statue for a quarterback now unless you got money invested in an O-line that can allow to keep that protection so that a play can unfold.
But Ricky,
every time you looked up all this year, the O-line was at Matt Ryan's ankle.
Ricky,
Speaking of speed, real quick, Troy Anderson had the fastest 40 time of all the linebackers at the combine. Just a little nugget.
How you gonna have a statue for a quarterback with somebody
now
coming
you
off the
put
rush
him
like that?
Now you put him next to Debo. That's some serious.
Oh my God.
That's some good speed.
That's some serious fire. You put him next to Debo. That's some serious fire right there.
And you know DPs like to send blitzes coming straight up the middle. Look how many blitzes that he can come up the middle.
But Ricky, but he's always had an offensive line, even at the Patriots. They spent bukus of money. They didn't spend money on wide receivers and running back. All their money was spent on offensive line.
Right.
Josh Allen just got another weapon.
Hold on. Glenn.
Oh,
you already heard, Glenn?
James Cook.
James Cook.
Damn.
To the Buffalo Bills.
Damn.
They just got James Cook.
So listen to what's happening, y'all. Let me do a quick recap for everybody coming in so far. Our last pick was Troy Anderson from Montana State. And is it fair to say that the following people may have had high grades, but maybe aren't needs? And I'll start with Nakobe Dean, every quarterback, Travis Jones, Lucas from Washington State, who at one time they had him graded as a first-round pick, Perry and Winfrey from Oklahoma, who was also one of those guys that they said could slip into the first round. So, are we this far off, or teams just getting? James Cook was a 3rd round projection. He was not a 2nd round projection.
Right.
He was not.
Right.
So for him to go to the teams are getting what they want now, and they don't want Nakobe Dean. Is that fair to say?
They don't.
They don't
But
want
watch
Nakobe Dean.
this though, let's look
I'm
at
about
it
to
this
see
way.
what the deal is.
Let's look at it this way. Which 2 college football divisions gets the most press? ACC, SEC.
Yeah.
So you got all of these standout stars that's in these other little conferences that don't get that
Hey,
national
hold
airplay.
on 1 second. I'm gonna let you finish, Rick. Somebody need to tell James Brooks to put down the solo cup while they they got James Brooks and the fellas passing around plastic cups for which my thing is. I'm down. Do you? But half of the brothers look like their eyes was red, bloodshot red.
Yeah,
probably
they
was.
already lit.
They already lit.
And so you know what that meant? That meant they were gonna get drunk whether I got picked or not.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
That's it.
Rick, I apologize, Rick. Go
good.
ahead, man.
But I'm just saying, could it be that the reason why a lot of us would be sleeping on this talent that we just seen? Like I said, that's my first time seeing Troy Anderson.
For real.
And to see that he could play tight end, quarterback, and linebacker. And he can run.
I've never heard of Troy Anderson.
4-4-1?
Never heard of him a day in my life.
That's crazy. On 4-4-1, a linebacker that big, that athletic. So can you imagine, just like he said, besides Debo coming through the gut,
and absolutely
Alvin Kamara ankles? I mean,
right, and absolutely just handling whoever in front of him.
Exactly.
If he can absolutely just handle whoever in front of him and free Debo up, I believe our secondary with the people that we picked up, I believe our secondary will hold their own. All right. Now our linebacker crew has already been suspect. You know, we've had Debo, but then we've had a bunch of people in there that were like, okay, they're okay. Now you bring in a rookie who is on paper legit. He's legit on paper. So now you got to be okay. So now this boy here, does he translate over to the NFL? Can I get him to be the linebacker I need next to Debo? Now that's considering that we keep Debo, because everybody's talking about getting rid of Jarrett and getting rid of Debo. All right,
but
you're not gonna get rid of Debo. You're not gonna get rid of Debo.
Those are training camp decisions. That's what I'm thinking.
Everybody, look to the right of your screen, and I have the list of like I said, Tidy's on it for me, and look at this list. Look at this list on here, and I want y'all one by one just to tell me out of that list going. We are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks away. Is there anybody on that list aside of Sky Moore, who Tidy said is getting ready to come off the
Christian Harris?
Which Christian Harris out of Alabama? That's actually not a bad. You can't have.
I'm not being an Alabama fan on that. That boy. Let me tell you. I'm not being an Alabama fan on that. Let me tell you. All right. Christian Harris does not have the mileage. He does not have the mileage. He's always been a top 10 talent. He don't have the mileage because Saban didn't play him as much. Okay. The boy is a beast, is a monster. Okay. Next to maybe Travis Jones. Okay. Christian Harris, if you like I said, you've already picked up a linebacker in the boy we just picked up. Okay, next to Debo. All right. So now if you pick up Tristan Harris or even Dean, my problem, I don't understand why Dean is still out there. But
I don't understand it.
Dean might have been drinking one of them solo cups with James Cook. I don't know.
My thing is, if you're going to pass on Dean for 3 rounds, okay, something's obviously up. Okay, Christian Harris, right there, is like I said, he has always been a constant player. Now,
hold on. Before you go on, let me get to Glenn because I want to get everybody.
Right, go ahead, Glenn.
Glenn, look on that list. Give me your next 2 shots. We are 8 picks away. Who do you like right now that's left on that list?
Man, I'm gonna go with because I think we need another defensive back to complement AJ Terrell,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go with the look like the kid from Michigan State.
Michigan State. Okay.
Yeah,
That,
or either
okay.
him or I will get Gonna have to get a quarterback, man. Go ahead and get a quarterback. Might as well go ahead and get the quarterback.
Rick, tell me who you. Tidy also puts on here, and I've seen people put it down, so don't think I'm not looking at the comments, y'all. Tidy says there are reports coming out of a pectoral tear from Nakobe Dean, which of course, that's a big deal. I saw the other people. I don't think I was ignoring y'all folks in the. I know we were in the middle of conversation.
That would explain it. That would explain a lot.
That would be
if he has a tear like that. That's
took 10 months. I mean, took how many? Took 10 game to week 10 when he tore his.
Just let him be out for the year. Just let him be out for the year, like Jaden Smith.
Just a regular thing before I get to your picks, Rick. I was in the Army in basic training, and there was this guy that was so athletic. He was one of the top dogs in push-up, sit-up, all that good stuff. He tore his pectoral, and he had to leave the Army because by the time I got through basic, AIT, and all of that, and I'm talking about somebody in the greatest of shape, that they say that stuff takes a long time to get back right. So I can only imagine playing football, how that's going to affect you. Rick, look at the list. Who you like on that list for the Falcons?
Well, I'm the obvious, and I'm not getting up off of it. I've been saying this since the first round. Listen, Uncle C, and I'm giving you my reason why.
Okay.
Get your quarterback of the future. That's who you need to get, right?
Right.
Because it's obvious this draft you're going to fill up. Because my thought process, it sounds like they're trying to stack the defense this draft. So we're going to get as much defense because you notice we ain't getting nothing offense. And you know, good God Almighty, the offensive line that we had last year. So get your quarterback, right? Like you said, sit them down for a year, get your quarterback, sit them down, let them learn. Free agency, then go get him some lines to turn them loose on, to grab a running game and handle your business. Because this, like you said, if he tore his pec,
Brian Asamoah, that's a really good pick for Minnesota at linebacker.
Yeah.
Getting picked at the 66 pick coming in. If y'all see
coming up in this third round,
y'all see a familiar face sneaking in over there, right below me. That's brother Ryan. What's going on, doctor? How you feeling,
Ryan,
brother?
what it is, huh?
What's going on, sir?
What's going on, Uncle Steve? I was gonna say you had your Geritol tonight.
Hey, I need it, bro. You know that Metamucil was working.
You know,
I'm gonna tell you what is working good too.
My internet. You know I was. Hey, you know I'm coming. You know I'm coming at you tonight. I told you that yesterday.
Right. Don't come in here with that nonsense.
Hey, look. I'm gonna tell you just like this. Last night I was on my best behavior. Tonight, y'all get ready to get me on my bad behavior.
So Ryan, what you think, man?
Before you start shooting me, tell me what you think about these picks so far today, brother. What do you like? What don't you like? And what do you think is next?
Well, I'll say this: with the second round pick that we got, honestly, he was overshadowed by Michael Parsons when he was at Penn State. A lot of people who really don't look at football or pay attention to it, they don't really understand how dangerous that guy is coming off the edge. He got double teamed a lot when Parsons was getting in that backfield and pretty much making a name for himself. So yeah, like I said, yeah, I'm a Georgia fan, but I'm a college football fan first, and then I'm also a Falcon fan. So when you look at guys that are back and forth, when you talk about in this draft, there are guys right now that are great at the college level that's finally starting to get picked up now. And people aren't paying attention to that. People are trying to address their needs first before they try to appease the fans.
Right.
Yeah, we didn't like what happened with the pick with the first round pick yesterday, but you know what? He's here. We're playing bully ball, of course, apparently, because everybody's over 6 feet tall. That's in the pass catching minus 2 receivers. And then if you look at it on the defensive side, now we got somebody to help with Lorenzo Carter. So we got 2 legit pass rushers. But the kid that we drafted out of Montana State, honestly, that's a sneaky kind of pick. He'd be an outside linebacker. He's not a middle.
Exactly.
So I like him, but you have to look at the versatility. He's pretty much a Swiss Army knife. The kid played quarterback first and then switched to running back because of his speed, because they were low. And as a team guy, you pretty much see he's a team guy first. He put that team first and played linebacker, which is not even his natural position. And then he ended up being the leading tackler for 2 years straight. So hands down, when you look at it, you brought in a guy who you can pretty much, he's versatile. He can play both sides of the ball if you wanted him to.
So he's the cornerback passing of the defense.
That's a wild card. I'm gonna be real with you. He's not a traditional linebacker, but he can play outside. But he's a wild card, man. You can use him anyway because of his speed and his athletic ability.
Okay.
What do you like? What do you like next for? Do we make a run on any quarterback, Ryan? Do you think honestly we make any?
Yeah, I'm gonna piss some people off right now, but let's call it for what it is. I've been saying Matt Corral since day one.
He's good too.
I like Malik Willis. I think he's a talent, but I've been saying Matt Corral since day one. And now Matt Corral slide down close to the 3rd round. It's like, hey, you got a chance to bring in a guy who was developed as a quarterback. He's nice with it.
He is 3rd round. we in the 3rd round.
Yeah, we just.
We in the 3rd
That's what I'm saying.
round.
I'm saying no for us. He was
For
projected. No, I'm saying for us. For us, he's sliding into the 3rd round. But for everybody else that's getting their 2nd round picks or whatever, he's still up on the board for that. But if he does slide down to the 3rd round, you take a chance on him. You're not gonna hurt your bank when you bring him in.
Yep. We got 6 more picks right now, and then we picking again. And then after that, we got 7 picks.
Picking a QB in the 3rd round does not hurt you.
Oh no.
And that's real talk.
No.
That don't hurt you.
Upside. Because you gotta pay
Yeah,
them.
that's more upside than anything. So they can go Malik.
I know you been saying Matt Corral. I know. Yeah, I know.
To the offensive scheme that the Falcons are trying to run now with the new coaches and stuff like that. But Corral, I think, is a nice passer.
I ain't mad if we pick him up.
Yeah.
I'm not mad.
Corral. It does it scare you a little bit that Corral ran a little bit more as a quarterback though? But I don't get me wrong. He did what Lane told him to do, and he fit the system that Lane wanted. But does that bother you a little bit that he might have run a little bit more?
He had nobody around him. He had nothing around him.
He had no. You got to remember, he had nothing around him. So when you talk about him having nothing around him, he had to run.
Yeah.
He had nothing. And you still
Not really.
Alabama to the brink. He could have beat Alabama.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a guy that everybody's talking about. He's not. I'm gonna say this here. He's a 3rd or 4th round pick, but he's a guy that you can develop as a quarterback. And the guy that I'm speaking on is Desmond Ridder. People sleeping on that kid. Desmond Ridder is a guy that has tremendous upside, and he's a guy that would benefit from sitting for about a year and learning who's ever system and sitting behind learning how to be a professional, because he's got the physical tools and he got to hit the weight room a little bit because he's a little thin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in this NFL, you got to have you some kind of girth, Jack, because they ain't playing.
Yeah.
They head hunting.
You gotta have a different dimension. You gotta
Yep.
have something other than drop back pass because
Yeah.
your traditional drop back passers are starting to fade out.
Can't.
You know what I mean?
Well, you got cats running 4.4s. You got defensive linemen running 4.4s.
Right.
All right, coming from our tweet central real quick. Per source, Nakobe Dean declined surgery on his shoulder and is now a major concern medical red flag. That's part of the news on the Twitter sphere. So
he had a pectoral injury, and what happened during the season was any UGA fan knows what happened. He declined that surgery because of the fact that he was on that championship run. And with him being on that championship run, he was still producing at a high level. Everybody keeps saying, oh, well, it was the D-line. Yeah, the D-line was monstrous, but you have to remember, you have to have guys that can put these defensive linemen in positions to make plays at that middle linebacker spot, because that position alone, you're talking about, you got to know what everybody's doing on the front end and also in the back end, and you got to know your assignments and all these adjustments that are in front. The kid has a high IQ. From the neck up, he's one of the smartest linebackers in the country, period. Even smarter than some NFL linebackers right now.
Right.
But that injury scares a lot of teams off because of the fact of he's 6 foot, he's 5'11", 6 feet, he's around 230, 235, which is small. But I'm gonna give you a guy that, like I said, we compared him to Mike Singletary, but I'll give you another guy who was dominant, and he was the pain in the Falcons behind for years. Uncle Steve and anybody that's older remembers this man. Guy by the name of Sam Mills, 5'9", 220 pounds.
Yeah.
And he was a nuisance with that dome patrol defense. He was a nuisance. And honestly, Nakobe Dean has those physical traits to be able to shed blockers and make plays like Sam Mills used to, if you really want to know the truth.
I figured it was something about Dean that didn't add up to why he fell this far. And that's what it was. That's what he's a medical scare. I knew it was a medical deal, but I just didn't know what it was. So now you have a pectoral tear. And here's the thing: a lot of people won't understand what a pectoral tear is.
Yep.
It takes about 11 months, almost a year, to fully.
You might just get a whole year.
That's why he didn't get the surgery.
Right. It takes a long time to develop to recover from that. And now here's the thing: when you're going that high in the draft, okay, when you're going that high in the draft, you can't bring a player in. Now, mind you, Hutchinson, who's the one that went number one? What's the
got
Trayvon
Walker.
He's currently hurt right now.
No.
Oh, Trayvon's healthy.
Right. So when you taking that player that high in the draft, you don't want him to walk in. All right, I'm walking him, taking that high in the draft, and I gotta wait for him the next year to play. You see what I'm saying? I can understand it. So now you're taking a gamble of what this boy. You're taking a gamble. Like, all right, he can be a beast, but I don't know. You know, so you got to understand
right there.
When it comes to that. You got to understand these team position. Like, all right, so if I take a gamble on this boy and he don't pan out, I wasted a pick, and that's how it is.
Ooh, the Jaguars just got Chad Muma. That's dangerous. They're gonna be dangerous on the defense. They just got Chad Muma at that middle linebacker spot.
Yeah, that's a good.
That was the guy that the Falcons actually. This is my thing, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Uncle Steve. This is a guy that I've been boasting for the Falcons to get. I like the guy that we got out of Montana State, but this was a guy that should have been our middle linebacker. I've been saying that, and Glenn can attest to that. I've been saying that since day one. Since day one of this season.
I watched him highlight film. That I'm telling you, Jacksonville got a real one. Him and Devin Lloyd.
You got a
Man,
true linebacker
Devin
right now.
Lloyd
That's
is
what
a
that
beast.
is.
Hey, I got a question. How much money does Jacksonville have?
They have
Well,
a
you got to
lot.
remember,
They
it
had
was
about
bad.
$90 million to
Yeah,
spend
man, they had a
over
Yeah.
the
lot.
20
They
years.
had a lot.
It
Plus
was bad
draft
for a
capital.
couple of years, so they got a
Right.
lot of money to spend.
Yep.
Right. And see, they
That-
ain't got to pay Trevor. They ain't got to pay Trevor for another couple of years, and then Trevor got to still prove himself.
At
So it's
least
like,
2 or 3.
you know,
At least
that's
2 or
kind of
3
like
years.
Candyland down there.
make a bold statement right here. I'm gonna make a bold statement. They don't have Trevor. Once Trevor's, if he doesn't produce this year, I mean, even make a leap. If he doesn't produce this year, they do not resign him after his rookie contract.
He gonna
Of
make a
course.
leap
I'm
on
gonna
the
give
on
him.
the
I'm gonna
Peterson.
give him a year
On
to
the Peterson,
to
he
do
gonna
He
make
said
a
he's
leap.
giving him.
He's
He
gonna
said he's
be fine.
giving him a year.
Remember too with Jacksonville,
Doug
y'all.
Peterson is the best
Remember
thing for him.
Jacksonville made that run the year after. Was it the year we went to the Super Bowl? The year
Yeah,
after.
it was the year that we went. It was the
The
year
year we went to the Super Bowl.
It was the year we
Think
went to the
about
Super
the
Bowl.
players on that team. They had to shed salary. They had Ramsey. They had what's my boy Okoye on the defensive line. They had
Yep.
Leonard Fournette. So you're talking about in a year or two, the situation we're gonna be in 23. That's what they were in this past year. Plenty of draft picks, plenty of room to spend people. This is why they can afford to overpay Fourier. Nobody was going to pay Fourier $15 million a year to come in as a linebacker this year in the
Do they have
NFL.
anybody
Nobody
legit?
was going to play Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk, who couldn't even step up for his own team after Hopkins went down. Nobody was going to pay him close to $19 million as a number 2 receiver, basically, to go over there. So Jacksonville kind of had to shed fat too on their team. I think we're going to be.
They got rid of Dante Fowler too, because they had Fowler.
Yeah, Dante Fowler. I apologize. Forgot about
The
Dante
kidnapping
Fowler.
of
Remember,
Dante
Dante Fowler
Fowler?
went to LA first. Dante
That's-
Fowler went to LA before he came to us.
But he was
Right.
on that team. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
he
saying.
was on
He was in that
He was
draft.
on that team that went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Well,
There was
the team
Ramsey,
right before.
Fowler.
I'm talking about the Jacksonville team now.
Yeah, he
Right.
was on that team, and then they traded him to LA when they went on the Super Bowl run.
They traded him because they knew he was coming up on payday. So that's why they didn't want to pay him. Same way with, am I saying the guy's name right?
Alua Khan.
No, not Lucan. The
Well-
defensive end. What's the defensive end's name?
Well, Uncle Steve, with Jacksonville, this was the problem. Dante Fowler stayed hurt the whole time he was in Jacks, minus
Yeah,
that year,
exactly.
because
Right.
he tore
He
his
got
knee, and then he
hurt.
also
Yeah.
tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
So
Right.
they weren't going to pay him anyway. So he didn't earn his paycheck. They were going to cut him because he pretty much was a waste of space on their roster. So
Right.
it wasn't money. Money wasn't the issue. It was the fact that his productivity was bad.
Yeah,
That
it
was
was
why
down.
they got rid of him.
So
Right.
you're saying we should have been buyer beware about 2 years before we
Well,
signed that
Dan
contract.
Quinn. That was
Fowler-
Dan Quinn and Thomas Lee
Fowler got to eat because he was sitting next to the most dominant defensive guy.
And that
Aaron
was
Donald.
Dan Quinn in Florida Times, though.
Yeah. Dan Quinn brought him in. That was one of them Dan Quinn bonehead
Thank you.
plays right
Just-
there.
Yeah.
Just like
Yeah.
now, everybody get mad when I bring up Keanu Neal or whatever. So I don't give a damn how you feel.
Man,
Keanu Neal was a guy
I was a
that
fan
could
of
not
his.
stay healthy, and he stayed off the field more than he was on the field. When he was on the field, yeah, he was an enforcer. Coverage was a problem, and making short tackles was a problem. Everybody fell in love with him making the big hits. A lot of the stuff that we have drafted defensively within, I'll say probably from a long time ago, from the Dan Quinn side till now, it's been a couple of diamonds that you have here and there. But most of the guys that we drafted during the Dan Quinn time or whatnot, defensively have been a question mark.
Yeah.
And the proof is in the pudding.
I'm guilty
Jack
of that.
McKinley.
I'm guilty of that because I was
Jack
big.
Beasley.
I was a
Pat
big.
McKinley, bro.
And I was
What
like,
was
why
that
the
one
fuck
from
did you
LSU?
And then remember you got Jalen
talking about
Collins
Jalen
who came
Collins?
in, who was
Yeah.
a decent. He was decent,
Duke
but
Riley.
when we found out he was taking them PEDs or whatever, his game was even worse.
Yeah. Duke Riley.
Oh, God.
I was,
God, dude.
I was thinking like, yo, Neil could be a beast, but the boy just
They
couldn't stay
didn't-
on the field. So it's
But they
like, yo,
That's what we got left right now, folks.
Here's the thing that we could do if they don't go defense. Now, Uncle Steve, we need a true running back because the guys that we have right now are on really 1-year deals. We need a guy that we can lock in for at least 3 or 4 years. You still got Zamir White out of Georgia, Isaiah Spiller out of Texas A&M. Then you also got Pierre Strong out of South Dakota State, and then you still got the kid that was up in Cincinnati who left Alabama, who was balling. He's still on the board. So you got some legit running backs who can actually catch, block, and actually run the ball between the tackles. We don't have a traditional running back. Damian Williams is good, but I'm just gonna be honest with you. He's not an every down. He's not a guy that's built for playing an every down back type of system, even though we don't do it.
I think going running back in the draft, running back in the draft might be a stretch. I'm thinking more or less free agency when they go. I think they're gonna sign another 1-year running back because
we need traditional. We need a draft.
Zamir White would be a good choice.
I think
what happened to the guy out of North Carolina? Wasn't he supposed to be?
Yeah, the one that was talking about
right.
Yeah, I remember about him high. Then he was supposed to go he was supposed to go first round.
Who, Sam Howell?
Todd Chandler. What happened to him? Why did he drop down?
Yeah.
Honestly, he's still on the board, but a lot of the scouts or whatnot, they didn't want him. They didn't want him that high.
And Glenn, what about Robinson, man?
Robinson could be a good pick, but I don't know if he could every down back. What do you think? What do you think, man?
Well, I think that Georgia defense that was full of pro prospects did a pretty good job of keeping him in check.
8 hit and a lot. But I think we could go running back. We could, cause like I said, we don't have like Ryan said, we don't have an every down back. We really ain't sold on freaking Mike Davis, with all due great respect. We probably only got Quadria Allison there for depth. And then on top of that, we're not trying to run Cordell Patterson into the ground.
Exactly.
We're trying to go to a long playoff round.
Exactly. So, you got to use Pat. Here's the thing: Patterson is a Swiss Army knife. Everybody liked him in the backfield. The reason he was in the backfield was because we had no true running back. Patterson is an athlete. That's what people don't realize. He's a heck of a runner, but when you talk about it, Patterson is a guy that you use as a wide receiver on the outside, and you use him in the slot to bully those slot cornerbacks. That's what you use him for. And you have him with another type of running back right now that's going to be nasty with it.
Right.
That's what I was saying about him committing. You had to commit him either to wide receiver or running back. You can't have him going both.
Yeah, you're just gonna burn him out.
And me personally, I would like to see him. But I would like to see him just like how you said, wide receiver, bullying them corners.
Think about it.
Hey, okay. Remember the catch on New Orleans that set us up to beat them?
Right.
Yeah.
Bro, what could they do with him?
Here's the other thing you can do. Like when you talk about this draft, we've been crying and complaining about the offensive line too.
Right.
Now let me give you this. You got two monsters that literally are still out there. We're sitting here talking about a lot of us are homers and stuff like that. But you got the hometown kid and Jamari Salyer from right up out of East Atlanta, out of the around the east side of the city or whatever. He's still on the board. And then you still got Justin Schaefer as well that's on the board.
Yeah,
those are two guys. That's why I said you got two. That's why I was saying you got two. That's what I'm saying. We've already addressed everything else, but we haven't even touched the offensive line yet.
Nope.
Right.
Here's the thing. You got to control the trenches to be able to win ball games.
That is correct. Absolutely.
I mean, because think about it. We don't trust Mayfield yet because he's not ready. We threw his egg in the fire and he got burned. We ain't sold on freaking Henneke at center, and we ain't. So might not be a bad idea.
But
Of
for some
course.
I mean,
reason,
here's the thing.
but for
I
some
wouldn't be
reason,
terribly upset if they went offensive line.
but
If they
for-
went offensive line for the next pick, I wouldn't be upset at that.
but for
No,
some
because this is
reason,
the
I'm
time.
thinking,
This is
what's
the
going
time
on?
that you get them.
Oh
This
wow!
is the time that you get them.
Right.
What the hell happened?
Did you see that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was dressed. Yeah, he was dressed. He had
They
him on the
must be
shoulders.
playing. They must be playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing.
That's a big boy. Tight end. Indianapolis got a tight end.
The cheeky boys.
Well,
Delani,
they got him. They got Matt
Yeah.
Ryan another target.
yeah, Delani Woods.
Yeah, he big as shit too.
6'7".
Tidy said Riddler to the Falcons. I can see that.
6'7",
Wow.
253. Problem child.
Wow. Wow.
What
So
they're doing in the Colts is just basically
That's-
saying, all right, so I'm going to give you all the weapons that you claim you don't
Yo,
have.
he's fucking
Okay.
huge, bro.
all right. So that was.
That was a smart pick.
Folks,
What's that?
I heard a lot of folks talking about. Wow. Okay.
But think about it. They needed another pass catcher to help Michael Pittman out, and you also got an Asian quarterback that you got to get him a young target that can just go. That can take a short pass and turn it into a 60-yard marathon.
Right. Weren't they talking about getting T.Y. Hilton back?
Yeah, they were talking about getting T.Y. Hilton back.
Yeah, but they got to be able to get them 50-50s when he's throwing them up. And boy,
Well,
big
you
as
get
that
him.
boy
You
is,
get
yeah,
him. He'll be a great red zone threat. 6'7". Hey, come on, bro. Yeah,
So basically now you can get Julio for cheap.
exactly.
Desmond Ritter looks like Desmond Ritter.
We got our quarterback.
Desmond Ritter
I called it.
So,
We got Desmond Ritter. I called it.
I ain't mad.
I said it was going to either be Matt Corral or Desmond Ritter. We got our quarterback.
You got a lot of discussion, brother. All right.
Me and Tidy talked about this on the Birdcage the other night.
All right.
Hey, Glenn.
That's an interesting.
Glenn.
Listen to me. Listen.
I called.
Hold on. Let me. I'm gonna go around the room for 1 second. I'm gonna explain something to you. From a value standpoint, this was a great pick.
Yeah.
We are not losing anything.
Man.
You have nothing to lose.
You got first round talent in the second round?
At third round.
Third round.
You have zero to lose with this particular pick. And I'm gonna go across the board. I guess I don't know whether Glenn was happy or not. But Rick, you have nothing. There you go, Glenn. Glenn, Glenn, there is nothing to lose with this pick to me. What's your thoughts?
None. We needed a future, and he gonna give you that. Now you talk about drafting Drake London. You talking about Kyle Pitts. You talk about all these other offensive pieces that you have. You still need a field general, and you can get that in Desmond Ritter. I ain't mad at that.
I got Drake behind that.
Rick, what you thinking, Rick?
Let me tell you something.
Get that volume up a little bit, Rick. I can't hear you.
I was a Malik. I wanted Malik.
Right.
But I'm good with Desmond. Either way,
Dude.
That boy got an arm. That boy got talent.
Boy.
I'm coming at you, Brianne. I see your question. Hold on.
So I'm good. I'm good with him getting with us getting. Now we got the quarterback of the future. Now let's keep it moving. I'm good with that. I like I said, it was one of the two. It's either just like how Ryan said, either it's Ritter or Willis. As much as I like Willis, I like that Desmond Ritter pickup. That was real good. Now, what do I grade Terry in this draft right now? To me, man, he's a B plus or an A for me.
Yeah, B plus for me. B plus.
Cause that pickup with that Ritter and that they just put it on TV. They likened him to Marcus Mariota. That's what they were saying. And he only the second one. We got the second quarterback in the draft.
Exactly.
So now my question to y'all is: what's wrong with Malik Willis?
He's not as
He
good
probably
as
played
what
at a
people
small
claim.
school.
He's not as good as what they people claim him.
And I'll say
That could be as well.
That's what
I'll
it is.
say
That
this.
quarterback competition, y'all know that, right? Y'all know this ain't gonna be a shoe in for Mariota now.
All right, so
It should have never.
here's
It
your
never
problem.
been.
Here's your problem. Okay, you got Desmond Ritter now. So basically, you got a first round talent in the third
In
round.
the
Third round, and you
Third
ain't got to
round.
pay
That's
him.
my point.
And you
I
ain't got
gotta
to
give
pay him.
Terry Gardner some credit.
You
Hey,
ain't got to pay him.
I gotta give him some credit, man.
So this is
And
a
Thank
you
you.
know
game.
what Atlanta look like right now?
Look,
If Ritter was playing, you got
Period.
Ritter, you got
Ritter,
London,
this is
you
a
got
problem.
Pitts, you
This is
you
a
got
problem now.
Madison.
Hey,
Oh my
hold
God.
on.
Dude,
Let me
listen,
let me slide.
Rick, this is a problem now for the Falcons. This is a problem
Yes.
for any quarterback that's on that roster. He is a problem because
Yes, sir.
We want him to be a problem.
he is one of the most NFL ready quarterbacks to come in. All right.
Right.
Yeah. Let him
now,
sit for a year.
So now, listen. Here's the thing: you don't have to. You don't have to sit. So that was a problem with Mariota because you have an aging quarterback who has a track record of not doing what he's supposed to do versus Mariota's going to be on a very short leash. All right. Now that you got Desmond Ritter, and here's the thing: I like Desmond Ritter. I like that pick. That is a smart fucking pick.
Very, very smart.
Toddy, we good, bro. We good, Toddy.
Hey,
Before, because I'm gonna give the floor to Ryan because he's just coming in.
Go ahead.
So let me just go real quick. You got him in the third round. I'm not sure about the first round grade, but Ritter definitely is somebody that I feel like is more ready to step in if he had to.
Exactly.
Here's the value. Let's say he falls flat on his face. That's a third round pick.
That's a third.
You're not losing anything with that. You can say, look,
I
think
might go buy
about, shoot, we just jettisoned Tat McKinley, Vic Beasley, and all these other first round bust up out of here.
Right.
So my thing is, as a quarterback in the third round, if this man starts one game for the Falcons,
I'm going.
One game.
I'm there.
Hey, I got it.
I'm gonna look up tickets. I'm gonna
Uncle
look up
Steve
right now. I am there.
Absolutely. I was sliding it to Ryan. I apologize, Ryan. I had to jump on.
No, it's okay. I was getting ready to say, Uncle Steve, let's go ahead and roll him out the red carpet. Let's get this man some lemon pepper wings from Magic City. Have lemon pepper Lou Williams sitting on the side. This dude is getting ready to be our franchise quarterback. I'm calling it right now.
I believe it. Give Ryan the floor right quick. Give Ryan the floor.
So this is my thing. I said this in the birdcage, when we first started everything. I said that the two quarterbacks that you go after and you start a franchise after, you start with Matt Corral or you have Desmond Ritter, because those guys were in systems that they were ready and they were polished as quarterbacks. Malik Williams has a lot of upside. He's going to be a great one. If he gets in the right system and the right coach gets his hands on him, he's going to be great. But for us with the Falcons right now, we need a guy that's going to be able to step in once he learns the system. After he learns the system, he earns the trust of the players. And also, the kid is a good guy in the community, first and foremost, up in Cincinnati. My boy, C.J. Cobb, played at University of Cincinnati years ago, but he's still, because he's an alumni guy, he gets to go back, and he was explaining to me about Desmond Ritter. That was how I first found out about it. So, hands down, Desmond Ritter is a guy that you trust. You trust with the game in his hands with 2 minutes left. You wouldn't mind your daughter going out on a date with him if you got daughters. And then on top of that, he's one of the boys that'll go have a beer with you and actually be a great face and a representative. He pretty much can be a politician, honestly.
Can I
Let's
ask
just
you,
put it that way.
Can I ask a question? Can anybody
Yes,
on
sir.
this panel name a top wide receiver for Cincinnati?
The kid that they just took. I can't. His name just slipped my
All
mind.
right,
Yeah,
that's my
he just
point
got
exactly. That
He
is
was
my
ready.
point exactly. The boy didn't have a whole lot to work with, but still he put up numbers. He
Yeah,
put up numbers.
he did.
Okay, considering he's from Cincinnati, I think that, and I'm not going to down Cincinnati any kind of way because they made the playoffs. Okay, he came from Cincinnati, but the boy put up numbers with less talent.
Mhm.
So here's the thing: he knows how to work. He knows how to work with. He knows how to work with people that ain't top tier. You know what I'm saying? A lot of quarterbacks, they come out of college and they have 4 or 5 star receivers. He might not have had that, but he knew how to work with what he had.
Right.
That is big.
But
That's
here's
big.
slip through. Let me slip
here's
through a
one
couple
more
of these
thing.
comments,
Let
y'all,
me
because everybody's
let me
kind of
get.
hitting in the live right now. Got a lot of folks talking about this is a great pick. Ritter is a winner. Let's
Uncle,
sit him for a year. Let him learn the offense. I don't sit anybody. He goes into competition in training camp. That sit my behind. If he's the best quarterback coming out, let him play.
He's number 2 quarterback
Uncle
in the
Steve,
draft.
but here's the other thing that people don't know about him. If anybody has just heard about him this year, I'm just gonna put this out here. Everybody knows University of Georgia had a generational defense last year, and look at all the picks that
And
they've had.
caught it.
Right.
I'm talking about
Cincinnati
all the way to
played
the
them
end
in
of
the
the
Sugar
game.
Bowl, and
Yes.
and
Desmond
almost
Ritter
won
had
it.
over 250 yards passing,
And
3
almost
touchdowns,
and
And
almost beat him.
almost beat them.
Now,
And
He
they
had a
lost at the
long
end of that
field
game.
goal.
And here's the thing: the reason that they lost at the end of that game was because of the fact that Georgia put themselves in field goal range and won by a kick. And Georgia ended that game with the New York Giants pass rusher Azeez Ojulari,
Right.
who the Falcons passed on last year.
That's
Right.
So he definitely gave Georgia's defense the business. No one gave anybody else Georgia that type of mess until Bryce Young played him in the SEC championship game. So that talks about his talent.
Travis Jones just went to the Ravens. Ravens loading up on defense. A little bit more on Ritter. Who is this right here? I apologize. I'm trying to get a couple of names out here. Oh, this is Brianne. Brianne says y'all got to give front office props choosing Terry too, because y'all were hating big time on Terry a year ago. Here's the thing, Brianne, and let's stop. Make it clear. Let me make it clear. I'm not hating on Terry. Let's see what these picks. Terry, it has an incomplete grade right now. Until 2024, we're not going to be able to completely know how all this is going to turn out. I can't give Terry a grade after 2021 or this year because you have to let these guys play and get on the field first. Right. You can't just you know why this fan base is happy right now? You know why people just all of a sudden start coming in the chat right now? Because this is the first real legitimate shot at a young quarterback since 2008. And I don't care what anybody says, you can have the most dominant defensive player, the best running back, the most dynamic wide receiver, but quarterbacks stir the pot. Quarterbacks make this franchise go. Make any franchise go. Aaron Donald is the most dominating person probably in football right now. And he's overshadowed by Matt Stafford, quote unquote, comeback.
Cooper Kupp.
So quarterbacks stir the pot. And even in the third round, I think Terry made this move. This could be a great value move right away. And I'm gonna go back up to Glenn. What were you about to say, Glenn? I apologize.
No, I'm just gonna piggyback off you. I do agree. I mean, I think Terry right now in the second and third round, I think he's killing it. I actually think he making some smart move. Like now, the kid from Montana State, I was a little bit iffy on, but I understand because of the athleticism and everything of that nature. So I'm like, okay, but let's see what we got working with. But
Yeah.
like I said, like just like what you said, we haven't had a quarterback change in 2008.
Right.
I was
Right.
getting Iraq when we got Matt Ryan.
Oh wow,
So,
that's deep.
That's
deep.
that's a long.
That's deep.
And,
that's what I'm just saying. So,
and then also you got to look at training camp. You got to see training camp. How training camp is going to run. How is it going to look? Because just like you got all these faces that now got to come together and gel and mesh. That's what you got to do.
Think about this, Rick, and Ryan, chime in on this. In 2008, we were about to trot out Chris Redmond. Do y'all remember that?
Joey Harris,
just think about, but this is what everybody forget. Everybody forgets before. Everybody forget that we also had Byron Leftwich, who is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers coordinator. Everybody also forget that we had Joey Harrington at one point too.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people see people live through. I'm gonna tell you this here. Most Falcon fans came along when the Falcons were winning ball games, when we had Vic and he led us to the playoffs. Most people jumped on that bandwagon then. Some of us that have been lifelong Falcon fans, we were there during the June Jones era when we had Jeff George quarterbacking, when we had Bobby Hebert quarterbacking. You know, when you look at a lot of the stuff that we've had coming through, the only good quarterbacks that we have had in this organization, Steve Barkowski, Matt Ryan, Michael Vick, and now we're in a situation where, and Chris, and I give Chris Chandler his props because he took us to the Super Bowl. Got to give him his props. But one guy that I honestly think that really he got a chance is Desmond Ridder right now, because like you said, we're at a position where with this quarterback situation, we've never really had good quarterbacks, but we've never had a true offensive line to protect the assets that we've had back there. And you see what happened when Matt Ryan got protected. He got an MVP. Yeah. Steve Barkowski in 1980 should have been. It was between him and Brian Sipe out of Cleveland who were fighting for that MVP that year.
Right.
The reason why he lost that was because of that Dallas game.
Right.
So until we get in a position where we build up that offensive line in front of our quarterback, who's got all the talent in the world that we're bringing in, we don't have issues. So honestly, these next couple of picks, you got to get this guy either an offensive lineman or you got to get him a steady running back that's going to be here for 3 to 4 years. Honestly,
we got to get a running back.
Right.
We have to.
Now, does that answer the next question coming up? Because we only had a chance to breathe for a second, and the Falcons are 1, 2, 3, 4 picks away. Where do we go now? Right now, and I know everyone has their own list. I've just been going by ESPN just to save time. Right now, the best available according to them, we can take the quarterbacks off because we're not getting a quarterback. You still have Nakobe Dean, despite the issues. Still got Winfrey out there from Oklahoma. I wonder what's going on with that too, because
his pro day. Right. Like I said, he had a decent combine, but his pro day was up. It wasn't consistent, so that kind of hurt him. But honestly, him as a defensive tackle, you bring him in with Grady, that help. He's also a guy that can play that zero technique, or pretty much is what most football coaches call them. They call them butt plugs, no homo. But that's what they call them, because you plug up that middle hole and that takes away the alley that you get gashed in when you talk about trap plays and you talk about counters that they run between the tackles. Because truthfully, where did most of the damage happen? And I want you guys to chime in and answer this one. Uncle Steve, you start this one. Where did most of the damage come for our defense when we were getting killed?
Up the middle,
straight up. Yeah, straight
and
up.
It wasn't Grady's fault. No. Grady was taking on 2 guys.
And
Davison didn't show up.
How many times, Ryan? We tried to address it with Marlon. We tried to address it with
Mean.
Hagelman. We tried to
The
address
kid,
it with
the cat from New Orleans.
Sanat. We have yet
He
to.
was awake, man.
We have yet to have the Midas touch about that particular position. Now, I am feeling a little bit encouraged. What's my buddy name? August. What's my man's name? Got some run like late last year.
You're talking about So it was. I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
What's his name? Rush. Oh Lord.
Him. It's two guys that I saw improve. It's two guys that I saw improvement from.
Right.
That guy that you're talking about, and the cat that we drafted out of University of Texas as an outside linebacker / pass rusher. Everybody forgot about him.
Kaminsky?
No, not Kaminsky. It's the rookie that we drafted out of Texas last year.
Yes, sir.
You talking about me?
And here's the thing. With the guy that we drafted out of Texas last year, the game started to slow down for him.
Anthony Rush.
Anthony Rush. That's the other guy.
Anthony Rush. I knew I was saying Rush. I couldn't remember Rush. And Graham was the other guy, Homer. Thank you. And yeah.
Appreciate it,
Well, Ryan,
Appreciate
to your point, Ian Rappaport just said the reason why, because they asked the question, everybody asked the question, why Ritter over Willis, and it's just like you said. They said that Ritter is more ready to play right now, and what the Falcons were saying is they don't know how long it's going to be before Malik Willis develops into an NFL quarterback. That's what Ian Rappaport just said.
And the funny part about it was, me and Tidy debated this. We didn't debate it, but we had a discussion about it when he came on Birdcage last week. And we talked about it. Not last week, earlier this week for our special. Tidy said the same. Me and Tidy said the same thing, and we agreed on it. We know Willis is going to be dangerous, but it's going to be a problem, when he gets developed.
Right. But then how long? And see, right now, the Falcons want to make a move right now. But that's why they say we got somebody now that can get in there and go. Because like I said, people can say what they want to. It's going to be a quarterback competition in that training camp.
Y'all say what y'all want about Felipe. Felipe Frank's got to go. We got to get a better backup. I'm sorry.
Right.
Everybody wanted to be on the hype train, but anybody that knows SEC football or just college football in general, but especially SEC football, he got better with Arkansas, but he didn't really get a chance to develop because you're not going to develop in 1 year. You were at Florida for 3 years. You were hurt for 2 of those years, and then you pretty much lost your spot to the backup, Kyle Trask, that's at Tampa, that's going to pretty much be their franchise quarterback once Brady decides to retire.
Right. And who better to sit up under than Tom Brady?
Think about it. Steve Young sat up under Joe Montana for more than 5 years.
And then they also
and think about it, and he learned.
Yeah. And then they also said that because of the Liberties, they had such a simple offense. That was another reason why the offenses was real simple. So that was
Hugh Freeze think about it. Hugh Freeze coached at Ole Miss while he was developing. When he was developing Ole Miss, they fired him. And the problem is, I put it this way: the problem with Ole Miss was they didn't give him time to get it in. He goes to Liberty. He's got guys that won't even play at a D1, yet let alone even certain guys at JUCO level. So he was practically playing with guys from the student. A lot of guys from the student body are guys that didn't get looked at. And Willis happened to be in that situation because, remember, Malik Willis got screwed out of Auburn because of Bo Nix's dad, that legacy that's down there. So that was the reason why he left.
Was absolutely garbage.
I want to go back to something y'all were saying earlier about Felipe Franks. I want Felipe to succeed as a backup, though. I want Felipe to stay on this roster because next year, if you think about it, we owe Mariota $12 million if he's still around. And yeah, I would love to have a veteran backing you up, but let's say when you talk about value in gambling, we picked up Franks for nothing. Basically,
he was
undrafted free agent.
He was undrafted.
So if he happens to develop or learn what Arthur Smith wants him to learn. And the winner of the Ritter Mariota Stakes, and yeah, let's keep it real and honest. Mariota probably does have a heads up right now, obviously.
Because
But
he knows the
let's just
system.
hypothetically say Ritter is that next guy. You would rather have Franks at low cost coming in, backing him up, and he would be a 3-year vet by then, as opposed to Mariota that you're going to have to pay $12 million to as a backup.
Right.
I get what you're saying from a business part.
He said we got D'Angelo Malone.
Who that?
Tidy. I apologize, brother, because this brother is not on the list.
No, he's a guy that's under the radar with that. Just gonna wait till, like I said, we're gonna wait till that comes in. Tidy's getting the updates before they announce him on the TV.
Because Tidy, y'all didn't see these pictures long time ago. Back in the days when Georgia was suffering, he used to be on the outside of Sanford Stadium with a little cup and used to with his little big Buck Baloo jersey, and he used to ask for information for the University of Georgia. That's probably why he did all that.
Hey, hold on. Wait a minute. You can't get on you can't get on the dogs like that, Uncle Steve. Leave my man Tidy alone. You can't do him like that. Stall him out. Stall him out, man.
He know that's my boy. Okay, Falcons select D'Angelo Malone, edge rusher from Western Kentucky. So
he's a
to the Twitter field.
He's a guy.
Got it. 2019, 2021.
6'3", 243, 40-yard dash 4.6
and
for an edge rusher.
Yeah, he's 6'3", 243. He's a guy that can come in being very dangerous when you talk about when you actually can talk about rushing the passer, being able to be a run stopper. He's a guy that you can actually get him and put a little weight on him, but he's a guy that has a quick first step, doesn't mind getting into the pile and being dirty. I don't mind the pick. It's a decent pick.
Not only is it a decent pick, it's another defensive pick. Listen to what we've done so far. Drake London, this is going to wrap up our day 2. Drake London yesterday. So today we moved up a little bit to get Eben Keaty, I think that's how I pronounce it, from Penn State at DN. We stayed at the end of the second round and picked up Troy Anderson from Montana State.
School record, 34
in the third round, we ended up with Desmond Ritter at Cincinnati. And now we end up with Western Kentucky's D'Angelo Malone. Again, defense two-time Conference USA Defensive Player of the Year, 34 sacks. I mean, this sounds like this might have been a little bit of a steal too, y'all. I'm trying to tell you, I like the value for everything that we got in this draft. I'm gonna circle around one time and tell y'all and tell me what you think day 1 and day 2. Talk to me, Glenn. You started this off with me. How do you like it so far from first through third rounds?
Yeah, day 2. I thought it was gonna be like gonna be rapid fire, man. I like it, man. I mean, we are drinking what we needed, which was the defensive side of the ball. People have been harking about we're last in sack. We had a guy in Pittsburgh that had more sacks than our entire team, and that's a 53-man monster. So yeah, I mean I'm liking it, man. You know, Desmond Ritter. I love that pick as well. We needed that. We needed that new fresh start, the new future of the franchise. So hey, I gotta give Fontenot his credit, man. He's making moves. He's making smart moves too. Even though we don't like some of these picks, like the kid from Montana State, they might be hitting gems, man. So hey, I love it, man. What the
Scott,
draft is about.
did you see what Chris said, Ryan?
Yeah, he said, when am I gonna stop? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. So right now I'm in school, finishing up, military GI Bill and all that stuff.
Awesome.
I wanna, yeah. So my thing is, I'm trying to enjoy, like I said, I'm trying to enjoy it, but truthfully,
That ain't
I'm
bad
I'm
idea.
probably eventually gonna I'm thinking about trying to get my hat in the ring, start off with college first, but I would love to end up being a scout. And truthfully, if I could ever get a chance to be a scout for the Falcons, I definitely would love to be the guy. I'm not gonna, and I can tell you right now, I'm not gonna be the guy that's gonna bring in as they would say, I'm not gonna bring in the big name dudes or whatever. I would be the guy that's scouting the cats that nobody's looking at because I enjoy looking at the guys that got a chip on their shoulder.
I don't mean to cut you off, Ryan. This just in: the Eagles drafted Nakobe Dean.
Hey,
Philly just
there we
drafted
go.
Nakobe Dean. Are
There
you
we go.
serious?
There we
Oh
go.
Lord, no!
Somebody go call somebody off the ledge and tell him
Y'all
y'all
got a great linebacker. What are you talking
That
about?
defense is gonna be wrong.
If anybody is in Central Macon and up
He
their
was the best
highest
linebacker in the
bridge,
country this
that
year.
little
He got the
5-foot
award
bridge,
for it.
somebody tell Tidy to come down. They
Tidy got to come on.
got Kobe D.
Here's the thing. Hey, this is what's crazy. Now think about this. Philly and Green Bay did the same thing. They got a pair of dogs. And let's get this. Now just think about this. What better way that you pair up Nakobe Dean with a guy that protected his front side and kept guys off of him to make plays. The Eagles are gonna be a serious problem if they can get their cornerback situation fixed.
Exactly.
They're gonna be a problem.
You got Jordan.
Congrats. You know what? I'm Georgia all day. Congratulations to Nakobe Dean. You finally off the board, homie.
Yes, sir.
But when you play the Falcons, we gonna put 2 foots in your ass.
Yeah, without it, because we own them.
We're gonna test that shoulder. We're gonna see if that shoulder.
Yes, sir. And I love Jordan Davis, but guess what? Them knees got to go.
Yes, sir.
I don't want it. Look, I don't want him to be hurt permanently, but I want him to be beat up when they play us.
This is the day we root for them individually because they to the next level of their success. If they bring their behind into the bins,
it's over.
You already know what time it is, baby. I'm telling you like this. Yeah, I love my Georgia Bulldogs, and I'm happy that these boys are helping to bring more recruits in because they're all first and second rounders. But hey, when Sundays hit, it's forever I love Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
All day, every day. But yeah,
all
man,
day, all
congratulations to Nakobe Dean, man.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Because I'm gonna tell you what, y'all.
Y'all got a generation of talent now. 2 of them at that.
This cat led that defense, y'all.
One
person tell you to a man that he was the leader of that.
Yes.
No doubt. No doubt.
That's an intangible you can't think. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, he can't stretch up 6'1". He can't get as bigger, but you can't replace this.
Exactly.
You can't replace this, and that's important.
That separates the good one. That separates the good players from the great ones.
Absolutely. What I didn't get a chance. Rick, let me get to you real quick. What's your thought about today? What we did today with the 4 picks we have?
I guess my view is more expansive, and because I'm actually I'm looking down the road further. It's amazing how that I'm looking at how that they are crafting a defense that's out of this world simply because even though if you look at all of the players that played last year for our defense, right? We had a lot of rookies last year, right? But if you look at now the depth that they're developing in our defense, this is a depth move. When you start looking at players rotating in and out. So I'm watching what they're doing I'm watching how that they are appeasing the Dean Pease and giving him what he wants, right? Because evidently they know something that we don't when it comes down to this offense. They know something we don't.
Right.
But now it's starting to materialize with the choices that they made, even on offense. Picking up the wide receiver, the type of talent now that they got on wide receiver. But like I said, now we're finna introduce a mobile quarterback with Cordell Patterson and two skyscrapers on the end.
Mm.
Was the kids running routes cross, and it's like, who do we guard? Because now you got to take into consideration every time you're a defense on every snap. You don't know who getting the ball. That's one. Then number two, I'm looking at now. You got to try to take it to a consideration with the edge rushers that we got and with the pressure that we getting. You got to take into consideration now. You got not only the rookies coming in, but then you got an experienced team that played last year that's understanding the system. You getting back Jalen Collins, getting back Jalen Collins. We just picked up Cam Hayward as a corner to help out AJ Terrell in the back. So now we stirring up the secondary. And the more I look, we signed the kicker because we know we got a straight up kicker, right? Signed the kicker. Now, even if Ritter don't play, still you got to take into consideration. You don't know. You just can't say, well, Matt Ryan gonna stand in the pocket and throw. You can't have that mentality now. So what I like, it's about to be the element of surprise when you play in the Atlanta Falcons.
Ricky, you forgot something.
Before you went back in the Wayback Machine, I think you said Jalen Collins. I think you meant Isaiah Oliver, right?
I mean Isaiah Oliver.
Lord knows I would have. I was
back.
about to come back and say something about that one, but I know y'all might be drinking on that today. So,
Ricky, you forgot one of the pass rushers that they signed, buddy. And there's a key piece. Lorenzo Carter was one of the best.
Forgot about Carter.
And
so
then this is the other thing.
You have competition. And you
got competition, then you got depth.
So let me ask y'all a quick question, though. Think about this. Now, these are some young defensive guys that we're bringing in here now. So you got 2 edge and 1 linebacker. Now, do you think about trading Grady? Or is this this is where you have a leader now on this team to help these guys?
Grady got help.
So we got it. I think we should keep him.
Yeah.
But Uncle Steve,
yes, sir.
This is the other thing a lot of people aren't really paying attention to. Now Ricky just said building depth. Now this is the other thing I'm gonna tell you. It's another guy that's out there. Yeah, of course we're gonna promote the dogs or whatever. We already know this, but it's a guy that Nakobe Dean jumped on who was a hell of a linebacker. A man by the name of Channing Tindall that no one is talking about, that is on the board right now. And here's the thing. When you talk about bringing in linebacker depth and a guy that can run from sideline to sideline, he could be your Sam linebacker. He could be your strong side linebacker.
Malik Willis. I'm sorry, Ryan. Every time you saw somebody coming up, the Titans got Malik Willis.
That's well, I mean, you putting him in it, but here's the thing. But you putting him in a good situation because guess what? You got Traylon Burke and you got the monster in the backfield that's running that ball for him.
Yeah,
you got a monster.
So, of Earl Campbell.
Think about it. I ain't gonna say Earl. Honestly, I wouldn't call him an Earl Campbell type of back. Earl was just different. I would say I'll put it this way: if you're gonna compare the monster that they got in the backfield, I would say he's Eddie George with more speed because of the physicality that he runs with and the style. Earl was just straight power. He was just straight power.
Yeah.
But for the Falcons right now, we got a chance to build up this linebacker core, and I think we go after Channing Tindall, at least get him to be, because he's an edge rusher and an outside linebacker, and he can also play in the middle too, and he can run and he can cover. And remember, like we said, running backs are still on the board right now as well. So we can get one running back that's a good runner that could possibly help out the rookie quarterback.
Right. You still got Zeus out there. Still got
Isaiah Spiller.
Spiller is still out there.
And you still got Pierre Strong. I'm gonna keep putting his name out there.
Absolutely.
And I mean, it's so much talent out here. And then here's the thing: we haven't even gotten to the undrafted round yet,
Right.
because I posted on Bird Gang. They got the 10 best players coming out of a HBCU. Yeah, I'm promoting them or whatever. I'm a Southern University fan, or where I was supposed to go to school.
Hey,
I'm always gonna promote. I've already said this here. When we talk about building up defense and having interchangeable parts, because if you remember the year Philly won the Super Bowl, they had a heavy defense where they rotated like crazy. A guy that you can bring in, he's a former Florida Gator, and he transferred to Jackson State. His name is James Houston, a hell of a pass rusher. And then you still have Marquise Bell, who's a problem at that safety position. Like, we need to get rid of that dude, Eric Harris. I say get rid of him, bring in Marquise Bell, let Bell and let Jalen Hawkins compete for the position, and let the chips fall. And you let Richie Grant be the starting free safety. That's just me.
Depth.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm looking at depth. I'm looking at a fortified defense that at any given moment will be on your quarterback's neck.
Hey, Malik, the last person in the green room, man.
But he's already gone, but it's all good. He got picked.
He got picked. Titans got him.
Look at that. Yeah,
Titans got him.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see if they're gonna show him.
I'm proud, but you know what though? It's good that he got drafted in that system, because you're putting a guy that needs to be developed into a system where he has a good offensive line in front of him. You got Derrick Henry, you got a good tight end and good receivers.
He was trying his best not to be emotional. He is. You can tell that look on his face is relief, but he's also upset.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Just know they don't mind taking quarterbacks like him.
That chain ain't gonna be a third round seller.
So,
nope.
How many more picks we have?
3, I believe.
We got 3 left.
Three left, I believe. Let me see.
So are they in the 4th, 5th? Where are we picking?
The 5th round. Fifth. We don't pick again until the 5th round.
We don't pick again until the 5th round.
5th round. Fifth, and we have 2 6 rounds. And 2. Yeah. And listen, let me real quick on Malik Willis. One of the reasons I know a lot of people don't understand, Malik is a local talent. Malik has a lot of ties to a lot of folks around here, so there is a natural rooting for him. I know a lot of people. Look, as an Atlanta Falcon person, it would have been, a dream come true for him, even in the 2nd or 3rd round, to be in Atlanta. But for that young man who heard his name spoken as high as number 2 or 3 yesterday, you can imagine the emotions of him being invited. I he didn't go, but I'm just saying, telling that he's going to be all of this, and then all of a sudden you're in the lower part of the 3rd round. It's motivation, but it's emotional. That young man is going to come out and have a lot to prove. Because now
your boy's up there.
On you
he broke down
twice, and that's a lot of feeling like people rejected you, and it's not rejection. That's just
that's the business.
It's a business, man.
I'm glad he's smiling now, so that's good.
No, he crying. He crying.
Yeah. Oh no! You heard what he said. You heard what he said to the camera. He said. No, he looked at the camera and said, "I got something for all y'all that passed on me."
Passed on him twice. So what is he going to do? See, you got to see here. This is Uncle Steelism, so let me stop. Listen, y'all. You can't go blaming the world because everybody don't need a quarterback right now.
Yeah,
everybody
true.
doesn't need a quarterback. So you can't go get. You're gonna be like Josh Rosen talking about all these teams are gonna pay, and now you on your 15. Right. You can't do that. There is a reason at the time that you were going where you are. So I applaud him, but be careful about that. Gonna get everybody. You got to get everybody twice. They passed you 2 times. So you gotta stop. You gotta stop with we. Just go out there and play. You will prove yourself. The greatest quarterback in the history of this game was passed over 5 times.
Mhm.
So
Thomas,
and drafted at the last pick.
exactly.
Thomas, Brady.
But Uncle Steve,
Go
this
ahead.
is one thing that you got to realize with all the talks that the Falcons gave him, and they were assuring him that he was gonna come, and all the stuff that they were doing. It's a couple of teams who did him like that, just like they did. Because think about it, Dallas did Randy Moss the same way.
Yeah.
And see, I get what you're saying on that side, but here's the thing. You're speaking from a business side, so I understand what you're talking about. However, you have to think about, you talking about 19, 20, 21-year-old kid that is in a situation where he's been promised stuff, and now people have reneged on those promises, and now you put him in a position where he's in a good situation where he can learn and he's gonna be deadly. But I'm gonna tell you this here: the teams that wined and dined him and gave him those promises, every time he stepped foot on that field, just know that it's gonna be a serious problem when he got the ball in his hand once he developed.
I'm
just gonna tell you that now.
One quick thing. You're right in a sense, but you haven't done it yet. You're not on a team yet. Just like when you get recruited by all these colleges all over the place, that's their job. Their job is to entice you to want to come. Just NFL draft, the teams that needed a quarterback, of course they're going to tell him, hey, you're our guy. If it happens to come out, if it happens to come down to it, we'll choose you. You can't be mad when you're not on the team. You can't be mad that these teams passed you over. Again, think about this, Ryan. They passed him over. 32 teams passed him over.
Yep.
Twice. So if somebody really wanted to go get him, they would have got him. My caution to him is don't worry about the outside noise. It's almost like don't worry about the Twitter. Don't worry about what people are saying. Don't worry that you got picked in the 3rd round.
Well,
when you go to training camp, you do the best you can do. And then put that on the field. I'm not trying to deny the man his emotion. Of course he's upset. I would be upset too. If that was my son in that situation, I would be pissed off and y'all be seeing me on the news.
But here's the thing. I gotta disagree with you, Uncle Steve. And I got love for you. But the reason I got everything you said was right to a certain extent. But a lot of people are gonna get mad at me about it. But I'm gonna say it. You look at the stigma that black quarterbacks get in the NFL. Let's just put it out there. First and foremost, nobody didn't want to talk about this. Now I'm going to say this, and I'm going to step outside of me being, one of the hosts of a show on Bird Gang, and I'm gonna speak from being a black man and being a fan of the NFL and watching how many quarterbacks that look like us or whatever, in a sense, don't get a fair shake. Let's call it for what it is. Malik Willis did not fit the intangibles of what they thought a quarterback should be. Let's call it for what it is. First off, he's a guy that's going to run. That pisses off the traditional mindset of a lot of people. Yes, you got guys that are mobile now, but I'm saying it's a difference between being mobile and being able to run. This guy can run. Also, he's got a good arm. And when you talk about the arm talent, the first thing that you hear is he's a great athlete. They did that I'm just saying, that was the first thing they said about him. He was a great athlete. They did him like that at Auburn. They did him like that when he went to Liberty, when ESPN called their games. So from the jump, Mel Kiper and these guys called him a great athlete that was playing quarterback that could be polished. We know that he was rough and he needs development. But when are you going to sit there and actually look at the narrative that is being presented for a kid like that? Because hands down, I'm going to tell you right now, long as he's not playing against the Falcons, I'm pulling for the homie to do well. Because at the end of the day, it's another kid that's not going to get a fair shake, and hopefully he gets put in. And I wanted the Falcons to get him, but I hope he goes anywhere. That's a Kill Glass out of Alabama A&M. He is a pure quarterback that can run, just like Malik Willis. And I'm going to tell you the straight up truth. He's up there on the level, and I'm going to tell you the truth. He's better than Desmond Ridder, but nobody's going to give him a shot like that because he's coming out of a HBCU. Everybody tried to crap on Doug Williams back in 1978. Everybody tried to crap on James Big Shaq Harris in 1968 coming out of Grambling. So when you look at the type of talent that comes out, it's guys that look like this that can play quarterback. However, you got guys out here that aren't getting fair shakes. It's just what it is. And they're not, and it's not a sexy narrative for a lot of these writers out here because they still can't get over the fact that we got guys that look like us that can process information and they can win ball games.
I don't think I have a problem with you talking about the narrative of the black quarterback. That's no problem. But you're also talking about somebody who, when I was younger,
yeah,
I mean, let's keep it real. James Harris, Warren Moon had to go to the CFL to prove himself first.
Yep.
It was a much different day. I have seen the growth. Let me explain the truth to you. Every black quarterback ain't gonna get an opportunity to play in the NFL. I'm sorry. All of y'all not that good. And this doesn't mean that you look at the color of a skin and decide whether they are well enough to play in the NFL. I'm not saying that. When I see Achilles Smith, when I see Michael Vick, when I see Donovan McNabb, when I see Steve McNair, when I see Lamar Jackson, I have to say that narrative in a good way is trending in the right direction. The difference in this situation right here is Malik Willis 40 years ago would have been told to change his position to running back or change his position to safety. Malik Willis got drafted in the 3rd round of the NFL draft. That's awesome. That's great. But by no means am I going to sit here and try to put that narrative on this particular situation. Right here, you just didn't measure up, or you just weren't graded to be as good as Kenny Pickett or Desmond Ridder. And in this particular situation, it's not like they passed over 40 quarterbacks, black, white, Indian, whatever.
Of course.
You only got 2 quarterbacks that passed over you. So people said, Malik, you're only the 3rd best guy in a draft that was very weak for quarterbacks. So while I understand where you're coming from, underline, it just doesn't apply for this one, man.
So what would you say?
Particular situation.
What would you say about Akil Glass? Because in that situation, Glenn checked him out. Everybody else has looked at him because I posted his footage and everything, and he also showed out in the Senior Bowl against talent that is first round. Guys that have been taken in the 1st round as well, and he showed out.
Just like we were talking about the guys that Atlanta got from Western Kentucky and North Dakota State. You're going to have scouts that go out and find that diamond in the rough. HBCU is not only historically black colleges, but they're also division. What is it? FCS?
FCS. They're FCS level schools.
Yes.
Yeah.
So aside of also being a historically black college, they play at a different level.
Of course.
I love what Dion is doing by shining a light on a lot of the schools that normally you would. I like the fact that they had the pro day for the HBCU athletes. That's great. But at the same time, at the end of the day, there's a reason why Jamal went to Alabama instead of Alabama State.
So here's a question.
That Jaquan went to Florida instead of Florida A&M.
So
and
here's the other question I got for you.
The fact that you might not be that talented.
Well, here's the thing.
That's the part. That's the humility.
Of
that
course.
I think some of these young men have to realize. You might have been all of that at Reed Ann. You might have been all of that at Jonesboro High School. You might have been 2-time player of the year at Central Macon. But when you go to the next level, you have 2,000 guys that's trying to get the same spot that you are. And you can't get upset every time somebody evaluates you different than anybody else.
So what would you say about the middle? So what would you say about the middle linebacker? Because he's one of the best in the league.
Right.
He's the highest paid middle linebacker. He plays for the Indianapolis Colts. He's a South Carolina State guy, undrafted.
Somebody did their homework.
And then I'm gonna give you another guy. We can keep this close to home, Uncle Steve.
Right.
Now, one of our greatest linebackers in our history, Jesse Tuggle, was an FCS guy that no one wanted. He walked on with the Falcons, was undrafted, and you know that how the story went.
Absolutely. But think of the percentages that you keep telling me. If you keep going, you're gonna run out. Because all of the higher rated players played for Division I schools. It's listen, again, 40 years ago, it's a different story. Now these young men basically are, if they know they're talented enough, they're selling themselves.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter is going to be an experiment. Travis Hunter is going out on a limb to say, I'm betting on my talent that I can go to Slippery Rock, and in this case, Jackson State, and become a star. And then others will follow. Mike Vick was a trailblazer. To be picked number 1 as a black quarterback in the NFL, unheard of before that.
Right.
Now all of a sudden, Cam Newton, and just other quarterbacks coming behind him. So I'm not trying to sit here and bury old things. I'm not trying to do that. But what I am
I get what you're saying. You're saying the progress of the game.
Exactly.
I get what you're saying, Uncle Steve.
Yeah, this particular case, I love the way that I'm glad to see the emotion come out of the young man, because I'm sure over the last 48 hours it's been tough. But I also say, don't come with that mess. Don't come with that. Everybody's gonna pay. You make them pay on the field.
I actually
in other words, I think what you're saying, Uncle Steve, instead of lip service, let your game talk for you.
That's what I'm talking about.
So say, for example, that first year when Lamar Jackson, because they took him 32nd, right?
32nd. He was the last pick.
He was the last pick.
Right?
pick.
Yeah. He said one thing. He said one thing about it. He said, y'all picked me last, but I'm going to show you this, that, and the other. And he didn't say nothing else. His game spoke for it. When Flacco went down, and that booker went out there and started playing, it
was a done deal.
So I'm of the mindset where, and like I said, I agree with you both. I think just let your game speak, because if your game speaks, you ain't got to. Okay, case in point, Josh Allen. Josh Allen felt like he was supposed to go higher than he did. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Because he went behind Rosen, right? Did he go behind Rosen?
He went right behind Rosen, and he was a better quarterback than Rosen.
So but Josh was like, okay. And it took him 2 years, right? But that second year,
he took off.
Everybody knew Josh Allen was the real deal.
But the problem with Rosen, go ahead, Rick, because I was saying the problem with Rosen, it wasn't just believing his own hype. Rosen was in a bad situation out in Arizona, and they didn't give him a shot because he got the tools.
But bro, when that narrative gets over your head and it stays there, Rosen never came out from under that.
Never.
No.
Never.
So just
and he was top 10.
Let your game talk.
Top 5.
And also, but then also to what you were saying too, Ryan, because I saw the writings. They had comprehensive conversations with Malik Willis. The Falcons did.
Yes, they did. They
comprehensive
really did.
conversations, long conversations, because that's why I was like, well, because that's why I was looking for the Falcons. Because I'm just gonna be honest, I was looking at 8. All right, okay, we got the quarterback. Let's go on and go with what we got to go with. But like you said, when you make promises like that and you don't keep them, that does go in the back of your mind. Now, don't get it twisted. If he playing for the Titans and the Titans come to the Mercedes-Benz, he gonna be something serious. He gonna be thinking about that in the back of his mind. And y'all had me down in this spot. Y'all was whining me and downing me down in this spot. I'm thinking that y'all gonna draft me in this spot, and then all of a sudden now the narrative has changed, and y'all pick somebody else over me, who I feel like I'm better than. Yeah,
But and he's going and you're right, Rick. We know he's gonna put on the show. And Glenn and I talked about this. We said if he ever gets in a situation where he can be molded, by now, I'm gonna tell you who would be dangerous for him. But they already got their franchise quarterback, but they set on him. But could you imagine? I'm just saying hypothetically, could you imagine if Andy Reid would have gotten him?
Malik Willis?
Andy Reid would have gotten him. Because here's the thing. Kansas City would have taken a guy like him, hands down. They would have taken a guy like him if they didn't have Pat Mahomes. And Andy Reid, think about it. Andy Reid has developed so many great quarterbacks during his time. Remember, he had, and not just that. Remember, he had Brett Favre when we let him go up to Lambeau.
Right.
Think about it. And remember this, Mike. Think about this. Mike Holmgren. Everybody talks about it, but if you look at that coaching tree that Andy Reid pretty much came off of, you go from his boss was Mike Holmgren, who pretty much taught it to him. He was in San Francisco as an assistant for Bill Walsh. It was a gopher for Bill Walsh at one point. And if you really look at Bill Walsh learned from one of the greatest football minds ever to coach the game. It was Paul Brown.
Yeah.
Paul Brown's the only coach to win a high school national championship consistently. That's why Massillon, Ohio is a powerhouse because of that man. Mm-hmm. The Ohio State Buckeyes, he wins a national championship. And the Cleveland Browns, he wins NFL championships and had Otto Graham, who literally most casual fans look at Super Bowls as, NFL championships don't equate to Super Bowls. No, the man had Otto Graham and won 11 championships. Exactly. So when you look at that lineage of quarterbacks being developed by great minds, all that came all the way down to Andy Reid. And so when you look at it, Paul Brown's development of quarterbacks and the way that you handle, treat, recruit, scout, and everything is still there. Malik Willis would have been dangerous in that system with a guy like that.
I think he'd have been better than Mahomes under that teaching.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Because have you seen his back foot just off his back foot throw? Not when he playing, just off his back foot.
Yeah, when he's in trouble.
When he's in trouble. So it's not the fact that he wasn't, bruh. That he was on another level. But just like I said, going back, and I'm once again glad that he picked up, glad somebody got him. But when it comes down to my team, my team, I'm about ready. If somebody come to me, and if I see another 4-12 post of 4-13 posts saying that the Falcons ain't gonna win no more than 4 games this year, I'm liable to go slap off and slap somebody in the mouth.
Ain't no need to even go there, Rick. Let them talk, because at the end of the day, they gonna still be rooting. Because here's the thing: when we start winning, watch how that narrative changes when you talk about, oh yeah, we believed in them and all this here.
Bandwagon.
We know.
Let them be the first 5 weeks. Yeah,
with what we got, I'm looking at. I don't see why we can't go at least double-digit game.
Hold on 1 second, Rick. Hey, go ahead, Glenn.
I'm gonna clear this right now. First 5 weeks, if we go 4-1, everybody gonna be talking about, I'm gonna be like, shut up. You 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 shut up. I don't want to hear this shit. I don't want to hear it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna be in my inner strap. Real talk. I'm gonna get in my inner strap. You got damn
You
Kellogg.
got to
Shut up.
channel your inner strap.
Hey,
You
where's
You
the
got
strap?
too. Hey, you got too much gray. Hold up, you got too much gray to be strapped, bro. You look old.
Hey, I know.
You look a little too old to be like strapped. Strap
Right,
look young, bro.
Hey, right. I save
CP
my
great.
gray so I can be like strap.
I
CP
don't
great.
think they make white beaters in 4X, so I don't think I could be strapped.
wide open, and I'm gonna tell my inner strap.
Hey, let me just go ahead and I go ahead and do it for you, man. Fuck them sellout motherfuckers there. Them sellout motherfuckers. Hold on, I got you. These motherfuckers up here sitting here thinking they know about this here, man. Hey, defense, but you know what? I respect Strap's opinion when it comes to defense because Strap and the thing is, imitation is flattery. I think Strap is when it comes to his defensive prowess, Strap is a very intelligent cat when it comes to that. Right. It's just the fact that a lot of people just see, we in trouble. Matt Corral just went to Carolina.
What?
Did he go to Carolina?
Yes, he just got picked.
Yep.
Now
that means that Baker Mayfield is not gonna go to Carolina. Baker Mayfield running out of.
We got something to deal with for the next couple of years.
Yeah.
We do.
That's gonna be a problem because I think
that's dangerous.
The next year or two, Corral. Yeah. But listen, man, I'm excited about Ritter and I'm starting this because I need to wrap up because it's been 4 hours and we've been going. Me and Glenn, I've been here almost dang near 4 hours. So, but I think Ritter. I listen. I know we had some good picks today, so I'm not gonna overlook a man from Penn State, Troy Anderson. Want to give them some love. 2nd round picks. Desmond Ritter, of course, as I told y'all before, is a quarterback stirs the pot. I don't care whether it's 3rd, 4th, 7th round. They stir the pot. D'Angelo Malone out of Western Kentucky, another linebacker. I'm glad to see the Falcons going in that direction. I already asked how y'all feel about today. How do we feel about tomorrow going in? My thought is I think you should just go ahead and keep concentrating on defense. What did you say, Ryan? We're going to go to you first.
I agree with you when you say we should keep going on defense, but I'm still in the mode of we need to take one of these running backs, one of these good running backs that is on the board. Yeah. Truthfully, we can get a bunch of defensive guys, but to me, I feel like the next pick need to be a running back.
Fifth round. Before I get to Rick, the only problem is that we don't have a 4th round pick, and I said
5th round.
Got 40 picks.
Hey,
that's a lot of picks. So hopefully one of those running backs will still be there. Rick, what you thinking about tomorrow? Where you think we go?
I'm kind of like with Ryan, but with a caveat. I think defense. I like our defensive choices. I want something on the other side of the line. I want us to have either a mauler offensive tackle or a center that knows that can get into the game and make it happen. Because as much as we're enjoying and understanding the defense, and we see the defenses coming up, it's still switch keys holes in the offensive line that need to be addressed. We need that rotating center. I don't want that this year. I don't want that rotating center this year.
You won't.
I don't believe in Henry.
Let's get some help on the offensive side on the line, and we need if Spiller or Zeus is open, don't ask no questions. Pick them up, put them in the backfield. Because right now we got who? We got Allison, we got Cordarrelle, and we got Mike Davis. So unless if we don't draft, then we need to get 2 or 3 pieces on that offensive line that's gonna open up some holes outside of Lindstrom, because Lindstrom need help. McGarry, no, bye. Peace out. Deuces. Nah. Hey, goodbye. McGarry got to go.
Well, you want
Lindstrom need help.
yeah.
Because Lindstrom ain't allow a sack. As bad as our offensive line was, Lindstrom did not let he ain't let no one man get the mat around the entire season. So he needs some help.
Glenn, what do you think about tomorrow? What direction we going in?
I agree. I pretty much agree with Rick, and I agree with Ryan. I think we need to fortify that offensive line a little bit more. Yeah, I never was a fan of Henneke at center at all. I don't know why they tried to put him at center because that's not his natural position. So with anything, I think we need to focus on that part, and then we do need an every down running back. We need to draft one. I don't care if we get in the 5th round. I don't care if we get in the 7th round. We need to draft a running back for the future. So with that being said, hey, I think 3rd round. I think Fontenot hit it out of the park.
Oh man, he killed.
I think he just need to carry on the momentum.
I'm giving him
I don't want to hear a goddamn thing about 4-12. We tank it. None of that shit. I'm talking about playoff this year. I'm gonna be optimistic. I'm shooting for the star. I'm talking about playoff. I'm talking about I'm talking about at least 10 wins this season with this team. And I know it's a stretch. I know it's a stretch, but I'm looking at 10 wins.
Right.
I'm trying to look around over there where that light is, and I'm trying to see what you're drinking over there. Talking about 10 wins, but
with Scotch tape and a paper clip. So I'm like, hey.
Yeah, look.
Uncle Steve, look at it this way. We more talented than we was last year this time, and we had 7 wins. So I can't see why we can't at least go double-digit wins at least.
They won with paper. They won with paper clips, rubber bands, chewing gum, and doggone and super glue. We won with that.
And let me reiterate. Yeah, the NFC West is going to be a problem.
Yes.
AFC West.
AFC West is going to be a problem.
We got to play Matt.
So the AFC North kind of depends. We playing the AFC champs. Pittsburgh, I'm not as scared of, to be honest with you. Pittsburgh, Cleveland still got talent, though they don't have a quarterback. Well, because Deshaun not going to be there. Hopefully, we play them first game of the year, so we don't have to see Deshaun.
Philly gonna be a problem.
But
Philly gonna be a problem.
We have a tougher schedule. Yeah. As far as that's concerned, in my opinion, we do. But that being said, brother, listen, Glenn, I appreciate you. You started off with me from the beginning. Rick, you the man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother. And I know it's about 11:08, so y'all know Ryan's internet getting ready to drop off. So we gonna get out there.
No, my internet. No, the internet is not getting ready. You know, my internet not getting ready to drop. You already know.
Look, so much you can get on the prepaid cards. So you gotta.
Hey, yo, well, you already know the internet ain't drop. The internet ain't dropping. You got to worry about your bladder dropping real quick.
Right. Look. Me and you got to do this in person one day.
When I come, seriously, when I come back home to Atlanta, man, I'm definitely gonna let you know so we can actually have. I'm gonna make it where it's a weekend where the Falcons are playing, so we can actually do the show in person, man.
That would be great.
All you gotta do is reach out, man. Y'all are good brothers, man. Listen, we appreciate everybody joining us today. Thank y'all for joining us for this 2nd through 3rd round. Good day for me, if you ask me. Real good day. Y'all take care. Y'all have a good night. And we'll check y'all out tomorrow when we finish up the draft in Atlanta Bird and Uncle Steve's Lounge. Fellas, y'all have a good night. Everybody in Atlanta BG, y'all be good, man. Peace.
Peace.